Cartel Wives Chapter 9. Here we go.
Guadalajara. Olivia.
Val.
There wasn't a year that went by that Peter and Junior didn't do it big for their birthday. For their 23rd on June 12, 2004, they rented out 100 rooms in Puerto Vallarta for a few days, and their wholesalers, couriers, workers, friends, and family from Chicago, Atlanta, LA, and New York all came in. Some brought their wives or girlfriends, and others brought their side chicks.
Uh-oh.
During the day, we took over the hotel's pool and had one big pool party. And at night, we rented out Mikado, which was the Benihana of Vallarta. The actual party on the day of was at Nikki Beach Club, right on the water, and it was an all-white private event. Everyone was dressed in white linen, completely iced out. It was beautifully decorated with white roses and white candles, white flowers draped over the cabanas, and bottles of Cristal on every table. The ambiance was breathtaking. There were almost 200 people there, and even the famous mariachi singer Alejandro Fernandez was hanging out at the beach. We were having the time of our lives, dancing and drinking
These fools had their own players' balls.
without a care in the world. It felt like we never left Chicago, yet we didn't have to worry about the feds snapping pictures. That was the luxury of living in Mexico. You could enjoy things and blend right in. I was sprawled out in our private cabana sipping some Cristal, just taking it all in, when I heard Junior's voice over the speaker. Excuse me, excuse me. Junior was holding the mic with a big smile on his face. He loved making people feel welcome and always wanted to share his happiness with everyone. Thank you for coming down and celebrating with me and Peter. It's so nice to see all of you. Now, if I can take a moment, I'd like to ask my beautiful girlfriend to come up with me. Now, I never mind having the spotlight on me, but something was different here. The DJ we'd flown in from New York had turned the music down when Junior got up, but he suddenly cut it off entirely. I was left sitting there in my tight white dress, holding a glass of Cristal, with every single eye on me. I put my drink down and walked up on stage, not even realizing what was happening. Junior paused. Olivia, you're the love of my life. You're the best thing that ever happened to me, and I want to spend the rest of my life with you. He got down on one knee, but I was still clueless, just standing there in total shock. Will you marry me? Oh my God! He pulled out this massive rock. It was probably 10 carats, absolutely heart-stopping. Olivia, baby, is that a yes? Obviously, this wasn't my first proposal, so I should have been used to this. But I wasn't. Standing up on that stage, it was like the world had come to a screeching halt right when the DJ stopped spinning. I felt like I'd been put on a pedestal, like I was the most special woman on earth. Yes, yes! I started crying, happy tears, as I jumped up and hugged and kissed Junior. Everyone started clapping as he squeezed me right back. I realized, I'm not dreaming. I'm finally going to have my happily ever after. After everyone went home and things settled down, I started to think about the actual wedding. I decided that because this wasn't my first trip down the aisle, I was going to stay engaged for at least a year to make sure we were ready. This was Junior's first marriage, and I wanted to make sure it was what he really wanted too. Plus, I knew Junior needed time to change his life, and we also had to figure out where we wanted to live.
Junior needed time to change his life. That's not happening. We in the game. Ain't no change to life. We can't turn this over.
San Juan was nice, but we needed to be around people other than Junior's family and find a place where we could build a future for our family. We started looking for houses in Guadalajara pretty much immediately. We'd been spending a lot of time in Guadalajara. With over 4 million people, it's Mexico's second largest city, with 6 universities, a huge art scene, and a white-collar industrial center with companies like IBM, Intel, and GE. The culture felt European, not Latin American, and it was basically everything San Juan wasn't. I was in awe of its architecture and beauty. It was so developed and clean. I felt like we were back in the States. You would have never known that it wasn't all wholesome. But in the late 1970s, traffickers from Sinaloa had been pushed out by the military and decided to relocate there. They formed the Guadalajara Cartel, which was crushed in 1985. But given Guadalajara's location, close to drug routes and Pacific ports, a lot of drug lords stayed. They regrouped, joined, or formed new cartels and flourished. Today, Guadalajara is the money laundering capital of Mexico. Now that we were flying under the radar, we wouldn't stick out like sore thumbs. In fact, our neighbors consisted of doctors, lawyers, and drug lords, all living side by side. In Guadalajara, a lot of people in the drug trade went to college in the States, so they're educated proper. They look like they just stepped out of Barney's, dressed in Armani and Gucci. It wasn't like Chicago, where you could spot a drug dealer a mile away because of his blinding gold chains and spinning rims. "Pick out any house you want," Junior said.
They're on the Rodeo Drive of Mexico.
And I went to town. We decided on a nice part of town called Zapopan, and we found a house that was absolutely stunning. It had a cobblestone driveway, so even though we were in Mexico, when you drove up to the property, you felt like you were in Miami. The door was freaking enormous, but I didn't pay it any mind because I couldn't keep my eyes off the staircase. It was massive, like Gone with the Wind style, but modern. The master bathroom looked like the spa where Junior and I would go on the weekend, and I remember thinking, I'll never have to pay for a spa day again. I couldn't find a single detail I wanted to change, besides adding color to the walls, but I still had somebody drive furniture, pillows, and sheets over the border from Restoration Hardware and Neiman Marcus because I wanted to make it feel like we were still in Chicago. Junior and I had sex in every single room in that house, multiple times a day. I didn't care if we spent every second alone. He was all that I needed. Junior and Peter's good fortune must have rubbed off on me too, because my producing career took off. Being married to Kay had opened up a lot of doors in the hip-hop world for me, and Junior helped me maintain those relationships. Soon, I got $1 million deal with Universal Records, back when the labels weren't paying out like that. This is my own million, I thought, like real, legit money. This is our winning ticket. If it all falls apart, this is my and Junior's way out. That first year in our new house, we built good relationships.
That's a different way out right there. That's a different way out right there. That's the, Easy-E route, but Easy-E wasn't on the level that they were on. I don't know if Val understood at that time the level that they were on.
And Dre and Scott Storch and started to me maintain those relationships. Soon, I got $1 million deal with Universal Records, back when the labels weren't paying out like that. This is my own million, I thought, like real, legit money. This is our winning ticket. If it all falls apart, this is my and Junior's way out. That first year in our new house, we built good relationships with Cool and Dre and Scott Storch and started recording an album. I began spending more time in LA, Miami, and New York working with A-list producers like Kanye West, Swiss Beats, and Trackmasters. I always stopped off in Chicago to see Xavier, who was doing so well in high school that we'd all decided he'd be happier staying in the States. If he wasn't in class, I'd take him with me because he thought it was exciting to meet rappers like Rick Ross, Akon, and Pusha T. He'd get totally starstruck. I was traveling nonstop, and Junior and I missed each other deeply, but I felt like I was doing my part to build a great future for our family. We talked day and night on Skype and had phone sex to stay close. I loved him even
Hey,
more
there you go. She just told y'all about that firsthand. All right. When asked the question if she remained faithful to her husband while he was locked up.
because he was so supportive of my work and my dreams.
So
He
even when they
built
were
me up,
so even when they were traveling and she was in the music business and he was home, they kept a healthy relationship.
and he believed in me. He always told me, I'm so turned on by how strong, smart, and wise you are. I'm with a real woman. It's why I fell so hard for you. At home, I was still taking care of my man. I adored serving him food, color coordinating his closet, and laying out his underwear, socks, clothes, and jewelry on the bed. I was determined to be a good wife, and I couldn't wait for the wedding to make it even more real. He was building a life, and I was too. More than that, being in a new place, away from everyone, I felt like Junior was starting to change. He seemed to be seeing things my way about wanting something different, not continuing in the drug trade. Still, it would take time. Until then, we'd enjoy our life together in Guadalajara. But man, we sure did miss Mia and Peter.
Mia. I totally understood when Olivia and Junior said they wanted to move. Every day in San Juan felt like a romantic date, and being here helped my relationship blossom. But it was a small town. You had to leave to feel like you were anywhere. Peter and I were pouring every minute of our free time and money into our horses, and it was our whole world. But after a while, even that got lonely. We visited Junior and Olivia right after they moved into their house in Guadalajara, and we loved it. It was so comfortable, so homey. Olivia and I would sit inside and gossip for hours while Junior and Peter went into another room and had meetings or talked about business. I didn't know it, but that part of their lives was taking root in Mexico.
Olivia. Being in Guadalajara was going to take Peter and Junior's business to a whole new level. Junior was such a likable guy. He was always laughing, joking, and so positive that people warmed up to him quickly. In Mexico, men didn't really bring their wives around, but because I was always with him, they just got used to me being there. As Junior started networking, he'd meet new people every single day, and when he'd make one connection, it would lead to another. I'm telling you, the connections he formed there made Junior and Peter millions. In the city,
Especially that there was other hustlers all lined up in that town because it was logistically the right town to be in if you was a hustler.
it's normal for people in the drug trade to mesh with legitimate business people. Narcos are well-educated and respectable, so it's just not a big thing for a regular guy to hang out with a drug dealer. Happens all the time. In fact, when we were buying our house, the architect who was helping us out pulled Junior aside one day. Hey, I want to introduce you to someone. His name is Guido, and you have a ton in common. He's here from LA, so I'll hook you up. There was no winking or nodding. It was just understood that Guido was in the business, and so was Junior. My husband met Guido a few days later, and sure enough, he was instrumental in helping Junior and Peter set up their trafficking route through LA. Then Junior met a man named Cuate, who had a huge mansion like in Scarface. Everything was draped in red velvet and gold trim, and when we were invited over for dinner, he served us on Versace china. There were so many angels, I swore I was in church. I thought I was loud, but this guy was over the top. On another occasion, Junior and I were eating ribs at Tony Roma's. Junior left to use the restroom, was gone for what felt like forever, and came back with some random guy next to him. He introduced me to him, saying his name was Sobrino, and after some small talk, this new friend went back to his own table. You just picked up some strange guy in the bathroom? I joked. What the hell was that all about? He was wearing a Cubs hat.
You'd be surprised the money moves that happen.
So we started talking. We have a lot in common. I picked up his tab. I started thinking. A lot in common. I've heard that before. Man, this whole city is connected. It was such a small world in the drug trade. You meet someone in the bathroom, and sooner rather than later, you're trafficking millions of dollars of drugs together.
Mia. Peter was in Guadalajara all the time, or on the phone, but actually being with his brother was something he really needed, personally and professionally. I really missed Junior and Olivia, and I started to wonder whether we should move to Guadalajara too. P, please, I said. I need to be in a city again. We're both homesick here. Absolutely. Anything for you. True to form, he just wanted to make me happy. And even though he enjoyed the peaceful life, we started looking for houses that winter. We never found anything that caught our eyes, but one day, Peter turned to me with this big, bright smile. What if we just buy the lot across the street from my brother's place? We can build our own house. I didn't even pause to think about it. Really? Okay. At the time, Peter and I were both totally obsessed with Jessica Simpson's house on a reality show with her then-husband, Nick Lachey. I thought it was perfectly simple and so cozy.
Build it.
We recorded every single episode and watched them over and over again, writing down every little detail we loved about the house. When we actually started the design and construction, Peter let me take the lead. He wanted to give me a perfect home. It was going to take a while to build it to our specifications, so while we were waiting, we bought an unfinished house directly behind Junior and Liv's home. We even knocked down the wall that separated the...
So they got the lot in front, the lot across the street, and they got the crib behind them. Family.
...the properties and decided to build a massive pool and jacuzzi sitting between them. When the plans were done, it looked like the ultimate retreat. And best of all, we were finally going to be all together.
Sounds like a resort.
Peter and I missed everything about the United States. We dreamed about American food so much that we searched and searched until we found a store that sold Lay's potato chips and candy you could only find in the States. We'd bring our bags of food into our bedroom, cuddle in bed, and have movie night. We loved Mexico, but it just wasn't home. So when we got the lot and started to make the plans for our house, we decided we wanted a secret room for just the two of us. This would be a place where we could get away and feel like we were thousands of miles away from our real lives. We'd be free from meetings and phone calls and workers coming into town, and we could make love, talk all night, and get lost in each other. In that room, we'd never feel lonely. We'd always feel safe. Unfortunately, we never got to enjoy it. We never even set foot in that room because we had to give up the house before we'd even moved in.
What happened? Cartel Wives, Chapter 10. Here we go.
The ultimate betrayal. Mia. In April 2005, Peter and I had finally finished construction on our new house and were waiting for our furniture to show up. Excited and nervous and impatient all at once, we spent pretty much all our time with Junior and Olivia at their house. Olivia and I would talk all night complaining about silly things like construction or our housekeepers, while the guys would sit in the next room making big decisions and plans for their business. I remember thinking, it feels so good to be with them. They're just like us. They can relate to everything we're going through.
Olivia. We had everything in common except for one thing. I just found out I was pregnant, due at the end of the year.
Mia. Peter and I were so happy for Olivia and Junior. Every time Xavier or Junior's girls came to visit, it was plain as day that they were meant to be a family. Having a baby was only going to make them closer. It was going to make all of us closer.
Olivia. I had this little pregnant belly, and I remember running around the house and all over town, trying to make Peter and Mia feel at home. We were so happy to be back together, and I was over the moon about having Junior's baby. It had only been a year since we'd left San Juan, but for twins as close as Peter and Junior were, that was a lifetime. I thought it was the best time of our lives, full of promise and a new baby. How was I to know it wasn't? How were any of us?
Mia. Sergio Gomez was the last thing on our minds. Sure, Peter's kidnapping still haunted him.
Saul, that was Saul. Sergio Gomez is Saul.
But it always would. The bad memories were something he lived with, and Sergio wasn't a present danger. Instead, he was like a bad nightmare you knew would return and keep you up all night, but was never going to kill you.
Olivia. In the middle of December 2004, we were all sitting at my house when Peter's phone rang. He was on the line for maybe 5 minutes, looking pissed off the entire time. Sergio's on the prowl again, he said when he hung up. He kidnapped one of our couriers and raided a couple of stash houses. Who? And how much?
Like, bruh, he already got one of you. Y'all paid him. Like, that's when I thought the bags would come in. And it's like, you a reoccurring issue. Somebody got to drop a hefty bag on your head.
Junior was yelling. Jerry, Sergio grabbed him and got 290 kilos and $400,000.
Damn.
Mia. Jerry, I thought, confused. The only Jerry I knew was the barber in Chicago who'd always cut my little brother's hair. Peter must have seen the look on my face because he started talking. Jerry's one of our couriers. You remember him. He used to work at Millennium Cuts. He was one of the best there. Of course, I thought. Junior and Pete were close to him and trusted him. The idea that he'd been kidnapped made me sick. Is Jerry okay? Olivia asked. He's fine, Peter said. Sergio released him, but we don't know where he is now.
Olivia. 290 kilos was over $6 million. Added in $400,000, and you're up to almost $7 million. That was a lot of fucking money that Sergio stole. To make matters worse, we found out that Jerry had been so terrified after Sergio released him that he stole $600,000 and fled to Puerto Rico.
Oh.
And let's not forget the $3 million Sergio got from Peter's kidnapping. All in all, that was over $10 million down the toilet, all because of Sergio.
That dude came up, boy. I don't know what it did for his life, but that's a hefty receipt he got right there.
Mia. Later, we found out the whole horrible story of what happened to Jerry. After Sergio and his crew grabbed him, they beat him practically senseless, tied him up, and began to search his house. Where are the openers? They demanded, meaning the garage door openers for Peter and Junior's stash houses. Jerry was so out of it he couldn't even remember. Sergio and the cops then completely ransacked his house, found what they were looking for, and dragged poor Jerry into a blacked-out van.
Olivia. The dirty cops had been doing surveillance for months, so they already knew the vicinity where the other stash houses were. They drove around, pressing each of the garage door openers again and again, hoping a door would open. One finally did. Then another courier walked out to see what was going on, and Sergio and the cops kidnapped him too. With Jerry and the second courier in the back of the van, tied up, they kept driving, pushing the button on the garage door opener till they found a third stash house and robbed it.
Mia. Honestly, Junior and Pete were more upset about losing their 3 stash houses than they were about the drugs and cash they'd lost.
Jeez.
It was easier and less time-consuming for them to make the money up than it was to get new houses, cars, and workers.
Right, they were definitely into the assessment of damage. You know what I'm saying? Like, what went wrong in this situation and what's the worst part of it? It's not the money. It's not the powder. It's, we got to get these stash houses back up and running. I get it. It's kind of like the idea of You lose your wallet, and it ain't the little bit of cash you got in your wallet. It's the fact that you got to get them IDs all redone. That's basically the simplified simulation of that right there.
We're going to have to restructure. Peter said, they know too much.
I love when she does the Peter voice. We're going to have to restructure. He knows too much.
They moved 100 kilos to an emergency stash house. Unfortunately, the guy who managed it couldn't be trusted either. We thought he was a friend, but he set up what looked like a home invasion and robbed them blind.
Olivia, when you lose $12 million, you can't just write it off. Peter and Junior had purchased the drugs from the cartels on credit, and they had to pay them back. No drug lord was going to feel sorry for them. Instead, they're like, tough shit. I'm sorry you got robbed, but you still owe us money. For the next few months, Peter and Junior were stressed. Sergio was still out there.
I'd be stressed too. Y'all getting hit from all sides. You getting hit by Sergio and the Piglet Brigade. You getting hit by the guy that they hit, Jerry. Jerry's like, listen, man, they took 400 and 290 bricks. I'm taking this 600, and I'm in La Isla Bonita. I'm gone. Catch me on the island, papas. And then you had the other guy in the stash that set up a home invasion and got that took too. Getting hit from all sides.
And they weren't sure how much he knew. So they had to rebuild from the ground up. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, and Junior would be up, pacing around his office, on the phone nonstop. During the day, he and Peter would sit together outside for hours, still rolling calls. When they weren't on the phone, they'd be having meetings or just walking around our connecting yards, talking to each other. They were always on the same page. It was like they shared two sides of the same brain, housed in two identical bodies. Our machine is up and running, and we're paying our debt back, Junior said to me one night at dinner. We're not there yet, but we're close. I know, I just worry. I was just barely into my pregnancy, and stress was the last thing I needed. Junior knew it, too. Don't worry, Liv. Taking losses are part of our business. That's just who Junior was, always staying positive and shielding me from this stressful life.
Mia. Pablo, who we all called Uncle Pablo, was the person collecting their payments and handing them over to the cartels. Pablo was an older man, probably in his late 60s, who lived near San Juan, but had spent a lot of time in Chicago. He wasn't just a colleague, he was practically family.
Olivia. I'd met Pablo back when I was first with Junior. He was always with the two of us, going out to the clubs or to these big private dinners we'd have. We even took Pablo and his son Tony to a fight in Vegas once. That time, Junior rented out a few floors of the Mandalay Bay. I'd been under the impression that he was Peter and Junior's uncle, but he wasn't. Instead, he was their supplier, which explained why they were inseparable. He was one of their main connections to the cartels since he got the drugs for them.
So this has got to be Tío Lupe. Filthy old Tío Lupe.
Peter and Junior would accept the shipments at their warehouse, have their workers unload 300 or 400 kilos, distribute them to their wholesalers, collect the money, run through it, package and vacuum seal it, then turn the money back to Pablo. The cartels sold on credit, and Pablo was the one responsible for paying them.
Mia. I met Pablo when Peter and I first started dating. When he came to the States, he'd stay with Peter. He was like an old grandpa, and he went everywhere with Peter. I remember we once went on a date to the movies, and Uncle Pablo came along. At first, I thought their relationship was so strange. Pablo was completely dependent on Peter, but Peter just accepted it. One time I was sleeping over at Peter's house, and Pablo was in town, of course, staying with him. We were lying in bed, and Peter heard Pablo down the hall, probably just waking up. Peter yelled to him, "Are you okay? What do you want for breakfast? Did you take your medicine?" Is this how these people treat each other? I thought.
In the Surviving El Chapo podcast, they didn't really break down, they say, oh, that's the Theo. But they didn't break down that, when you asking somebody if they took their medication, you might have a sincere care for this person. You know what I'm saying? Looking out for this person. They didn't acknowledge that they were this close.
The stereotype was that guys in the drug trade just looked after themselves. But Peter really seemed to want to take care of this man. When I first went to Mexico, we'd go visit him all the time. It was so nice to see a familiar face, and I started to feel like he was family too. He really liked me. We'd have dinner at his house and stay for hours and talk and laugh with his daughters. I thought, okay, this is pretty cool. I can get used to this. I had Peter's family that I was getting so close to, and now his business associates. Everybody's making money together, and they're happy, and everything's going great. That's why it was the ultimate betrayal when Pablo did what he did to Peter. We trusted him. The magic word in this game is trust. Yet you'd get close to someone and believe in them, and then suddenly you'd find out they weren't worthy of it.
The magic word in this game is trust. There is no trust. The magic word in this game is risk. Everything is risk, because you can't trust nobody. So every time you put $1 down, or every time you take $1 back, or you take some work, or you do this, it's not based on trust. It's based on risk. There's a chance that this goes bad. There's a chance that it goes good and you get paid. That's the risk. But trust, ain't none.
Not even the slightest bit.
Olivia. Sometime that April, when Junior and Peter were still paying off their debt to Uncle Pablo, we were all invited to his house for dinner. Pablo lived maybe 40 minutes from my future in-laws, so we were planning to stay overnight in San Juan with them. Pablo's wife had cooked up a delicious dinner, and we were all enjoying ourselves, laughing and catching up. Business was discussed, but it hadn't been a cause for concern. Everyone knew Peter and Junior were good for the money. That's why I thought it was so strange when Pablo suddenly got serious and began talking. I want to propose something to you, he said. Junior was as confused as I was. Is this about the debt? Sort of. Hear me out. He sat up straight. I've been good to you for so many years, and you're doing very well for yourselves. It takes people a lifetime to acquire what took you less than a year. You owe a lot to me.
That's just old, jealous, hater, Sammy the Bull. They're all the same. Every old demon, every young demon, they're all the same. It's just all back. It's all greed. It's always going to be greed. Why you got this and I don't got this? Old hoes.
He paused and started to look upset. Your loyalty should lie with me, and yet this is how you repay me? Junior stopped short. What do you mean, Theo? Even though you've been paying off your debt, your business that you've set up in Chicago is worth more to me than your money. You're in my country now, so I'll make the rules. I'll take over your business, and you can come work for me. Pete looked furious. Excuse me? Then he added, A mí no me mandas, which means, you don't send for me, or just, I don't work for you. You can just sign over your warehouses and let your employees know I'm the boss.
Yo, he's wildin'. So this is a totally different picture than what we got in Surviving El Chapo. Surviving El Chapo was not this. It was, they didn't get into this detail of the conversation. Wow. He's wildin'. He wants everything. Just greed.
Pablo said. You'll still have big jobs, of course. Big responsibilities. Junior and Peter looked at each other like Uncle Pablo had lost his fucking mind, which, of course, he had.
They had to be thinking at that point, now we got to smoke Tio Pablo. But if you didn't smoke Saul and you didn't smoke this one, that one, and the other one, is this probably why Tio Pablo thinks he got the... I mean, I'm sure Tio Pablo feels like he could do that to anybody, or Tio Lupe, old dirty ass.
They had put their blood, sweat, and tears into their business, and no one was taking that away from them.
Right.
Junior slammed his fists on the table.
Ownership.
You can go to hell, Pablo. We've worked too hard and too long for you to dictate what we can and can't do. We built this shit from the ground up without you. This is our business. We put this together, not you. At the same time, Junior and Peter pushed back their chairs and motioned for us to get up. We didn't even finish our dinners. We just thanked Pablo's wife and walked out.
Mia. Maybe we should have known that when Pablo saw Junior and Peter buying properties, horses, and land, something in him changed, and he'd become envious of them.
Nothing changed. He was always the same greedy old hoe that he was. It just manifested. It finally came out and set its sights on them. I'm sure many of the people that he's dealt with in his life, when it was their time, boom, it set the sights on them. An old dog is an old dog, an old greedy dog. He just sitting there watching you. Nah, dogs are better than that. I can't even put that on dogs. But he's just sitting there watching you build up and grow and thinking, I'm going to come take that. I think I should take that. I deserve that. Why?
Maybe we should have realized that he was furious at Peter and Junior because they'd stopped receiving shipments from him. After all, once they'd arrived in Mexico, so many doors opened up for them that they decided to work with other connects. Or possibly, we could have gotten into Pablo's head and figured out that he couldn't stand that Peter and Junior were younger, smarter, and more worldly than him.
That's it.
That they'd been in Mexico for less than a year
That's
and
it.
were already making more money than he ever would.
Just an old hater. The same thing with Sammy the Bull. Just an old hater. That's all it is.
Olivia. But he was their uncle, so why would any of that matter? Why would he ever dream of betraying them?
No, he wasn't their uncle.
Mia. We went back to San Juan that night, and to Guadalajara just a few days later. Junior and Peter were still furious about what Pablo had proposed at dinner, but business was business. So I wasn't surprised when Peter told me one morning that he had to go meet with him. "We have to do the cuentas," he said. Cuentas were the accounts. "Junior and I have been arguing with Pablo about what we still owe. Tio says one thing and Junior and I say another. Tio's totally off, so I need to go to his house to settle it." The next day, we hopped into our car and drove through the mountains, 2 hours to Pablo's house. We met Daniela and Adrian there, and I kissed Peter goodbye so I could drive to San Juan with them. "I'll call you later, when I'm done here," Peter said. "It may take me all day, but I'll be back later tonight." I wasn't worried. Peter was with his Uncle Pablo. And aside from that crazy fight at dinner the other night, I trusted him implicitly.
Olivia.
Well, that's crazy.
The day after Peter and Mia had left to see...
I ain't trusting nobody implicitly after they say, you know what? I think I deserve everything you worked for. I think you guys have done enough. You got it to where I needed it to be, and now I think you should hand it over to me. After that, there's still no trust. There's no sit down for the cuentas. As far as I'm concerned, it's none of that shit. Again, that's probably why I'm not in the game. I'd have got smoked real quick. You know what I'm saying? I want your business. Oh, yeah? Wartime. You know what I mean? Like, nope, none of that.
Olivia, the day after Peter and Mia had left to see Uncle Pablo, Junior and I were at home in Guadalajara, on the patio eating breakfast. They'd been staying with us while they were decorating their house, so it was our first morning alone together in weeks. "How are you feeling, baby?" Junior said. "Better than yesterday, but still not great. Eating helps. I was probably 8 weeks pregnant, sick as a dog. I was trying not to vomit as I stared at the spread of food when Junior's phone started ringing. "Hello?" He stopped, grabbed a cup of coffee, and walked into the other room. For the next 5 minutes, all I could hear was him talking under his breath in Spanish while he paced back and forth. When he came back into the kitchen, he was visibly in shock. "Are you okay? What the hell's going on?" I asked. "Somebody kidnapped my brother. They also took Pablo and Tony. Just grabbed them from Pablo's house. They're demanding $10 million, and they'll kill them all if they don't get it." Fuck. I said as I felt a pain in the pit of my stomach. I can't believe this is happening again to him, Junior said. There are only so many times he can get out of a situation like this. I held Junior tightly as we both stood there crying. I knew he was right. You just don't get kidnapped twice and make it out okay. Nobody's that lucky, even somebody as smart and strong as Peter.
Mind you, this ain't even the last time. Peter got it again when the police snatched them up from the... I think they were in a club or something. The police snatched them up and Mentor had to come save their ass. The luck is crazy, but the scars are forever.
Then I thought of Mia, and my heart sank. Had anyone told her yet?
Mia. Peter had said he'd be gone all day, so I hadn't expected to hear from him till at least 5 or so. When 6 o'clock rolled around and he hadn't been in touch, I got just the tiniest bit worried, so I called him. The phone went straight to voicemail. Adrian? I yelled into the other room. Have you heard from Peter? Nope. Peter always called me, even just to say he loved me. This wasn't normal, but I shrugged it off. He's with Pablo. He's fine. I choked down dinner and called Peter 20 more times before I decided to go back to the guest room. I walked out to the balcony and sat down in a lounge chair, cell phone in hand. I probably dozed off 3 times before I got up and went to bed, leaving the sliding door open. Peter and I never spent a night away from each other, and I couldn't fall asleep without his arms around me. The thought of something happening to him made my heart hurt so badly that I cried myself to sleep. All night long, I'd wake up and hear sounds, a dog barking in the distance, the wind or a car honking, and I'd jump up. But none of the noises were signs of Peter coming back. The next morning, I got up and walked to Adrian's kitchen to get coffee. I felt like I'd slept 20 minutes. I turned on the TV, sat down on the couch, got up, opened the blinds, called Peter's cell 3 times, and did anything and everything to keep myself busy. Where is he? I kept thinking. Honestly, I felt like my heart was shriveling up. Then Adrian walked into the room. Mia, I have bad news. I really need to tell you something. At that instant, I just knew. He's been kidnapped. I fell to the floor and began crying hysterically.
Olivia. Adrian and Daniela drove Mia back to our house later that night. As soon as I saw her, I couldn't hold back my tears. I just held her tightly and tried to comfort her, even though I was just as scared as she was. She was distraught. "What are we going to do?" she asked over and over. I tried to reassure her as best as I could, saying, "It's okay, Mia. Don't worry. They're going to let him go. Junior has a plan." But I was just making it up. Junior was just as confused as we all were. Turns out, though, he did have a plan. It took him all day to come up with it, but he sure as hell made things happen when he did.
What was the plan? Good episode. Yeah, we got to know about the Tio Lupe situation a little bit more. And they told us in Surviving El Chapo, hey, the twins went and told their Tio Lupe one of our guys got hit on the United States side. We need to stop everything. This is what we do when we get hit and we get robbed for something. We stop everything. Theo was like, no, you stop nothing, and I take over your business. You know what I'm saying? Just an old, greedy hater that felt like he deserved more than they deserved just for no other reason than just because. You know what I'm saying? Now, was he a play Theo, play cousin? I mean, it seemed like they had a real connection, a real family connection to each other. You know what I'm saying? But as far as that old hate goes, it's not gonna be pushed aside by family. Not an old hater like that. Family don't mean nothing. He'll take what he can from family. You never know what kind of world you wake up to. Power goes out, systems fail, or you end up somewhere you shouldn't have been. That's where survival fraud comes in. the OGs of emergency prep. From solar-powered gear to bug-out bags that'll keep you breathing while everyone else panics. They got the real tools for the real situations. I'm not talking fantasy gear, I'm talking survival gear. Hit the Survival Frog link in the description and get geared up. Be ready, stay sharp, stay dangerous. Let's get into it. Cartel Wives last week was chapter 10, and we got right up to the point where Jay had a plan to make sure that he went and got Peter out of there safely. So that's where we're at now. Cartel Wives, chapter 11.
El Chapo. Mia. It had been a few days since Peter was kidnapped, and I was still a wreck. I couldn't sleep. I'd stay up all night worrying about him. I'd cry in the shower, and I didn't eat at all. I grew up in a religious family, so I got on my knees and prayed for hours a day. I kept thinking I could have been sweeter to him. I could have listened a little better. I remembered all the times I shouldn't have been a brat or selfish. I couldn't believe this was happening to me. To Peter. But Junior said he had a plan, and I believed him.
Olivia. Unfortunately, Junior's plan was to meet with Joaquin Guzman Loera, a.k.a. El Chapo, the head of the Sinaloa cartel. It sounded like a frickin' suicide mission to me. The only reason Peter could have been kidnapped was because of our debt to Chapo, Junior told me. Peter and I have been repaying it. Pablo knows we're good for the money, and he should be telling Chapo. So you're just going to march up to the world's biggest drug lord and tell him that? I wasn't just skeptical. I was terrified for him. It's the only way to prove that we're on track, that there was no cause for Peter's kidnapping. He was right. Junior loved Peter to death and was willing to do whatever it took to get him back, even if it meant jeopardizing his own life. Peter was worth every risk, and this was the only choice Junior had if he ever wanted to see his brother alive.
Mia. The Sinaloa cartel is one of the most sophisticated, powerful, and dangerous criminal enterprises in the world. Its main function is procuring narcotics like cocaine, heroin, marijuana, and methamphetamines from their original source, shipping them into Mexico, then smuggling and distributing them into the United States and around the world.
Olivia. At the time, El Chapo was the most wanted man in the world, next to bin Laden. He was worth billions. All of it from his massive trafficking network, which was more sophisticated and extensive than Pablo Escobar's. Chapo wasn't that different from my father-in-law. He'd been born into poverty and had entered the drug trade in his youth when he began growing opium poppies. By the time he was 15, he had his own marijuana plantation, and by his 20s, he'd started trafficking across the U.S. border.
I mean, come on, man. The bud don't fall far from the tree. That man was the same deal. Brought up in the game, knew no other life. If we gotta eat, then this is how it's gonna go down. I mean, the cycle seems to be broken now. Somebody asked the other day, which one of their kids you think they're gonna teach to hustle? And I think that would just undo everything they did, and for the sake of their family, that would just undo everything. So I feel like in that bloodline, it may be true that the curse is over and the cycle is broken. But absolutely was a cycle if you look at the father's life. You know what I'm saying? Jay was right in the sense that, listen, if this guy thinks we owe him some bread, it's better that I'm there to take care of it than to let people have their own idea of what's happening.
But unlike my father-in-law, his special skill was violence, and he used it to increase his power until, in the mid-1980s, he gained control of the Sinaloa cartel. El Chapo had airplanes, rocket launchers, submarines, and a vast army of dedicated workers at his disposal.
Mia. He was the most powerful man in Mexico, but he remained hidden. The Sinaloa cartel's base of operations was in Culiacan, a city of just under 1 million, the largest city in the state of Sinaloa. It's hard to run a criminal enterprise in the middle of an urban area, however, so much of Chapo's business was conducted in the Sierra Madre, just to the east of Culiacan. He could hide in the peaks, concealing drugs, prisoners, and millions in cash, and slip into a neighboring state if trouble seemed to be brewing.
Olivia. That's where Junior hoped to meet him, but the question was how to get to him. That April, Junior and Peter were just names on a piece of paper to Chapo. They were American boys who seemed to be doing pretty well for themselves, distributing a lot of his cartel's drugs into the States. He hadn't met them, though. He had suppliers like Pablo do that for him. Not just anyone could meet with Chapo. Being in the business wasn't enough. You had to have a personal connection. Then they'd ask the boss himself. If Chapo liked the idea, you'd fly into the mountains to see him. If he didn't like what he was hearing, you might not make it back. Luckily, Junior's best friend was a guy named Tomas Arevalo, who I'd met a few times through Kay back in the day. Tommy was Kay's connect after Adrian went to prison. He was from Sinaloa, and he knew a lot of major players in the cartels.
So if you guys recall, Tommy was the guy that when the older brother Armando went to prison, Tommy came and approached the twins and said, "What's up? Y'all want this work?" And Jay credits him as his best friend. I believe they were together when Jay saw the news story about Sammy the Bull getting the 5 years.
When I first started dating Junior, I remembered seeing Tommy at a dinner party Junior and P were throwing at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. "What are you doing here, Tommy?" I said. "I'm working for Junior and Peter now," he said. I remember thinking, if Tommy works for them, they're on another level. Apparently, Tommy had a brother-in-law who knew a lot of the bosses in Culiacan. Junior's plan was to fly to Culiacan with Tommy, meet with the brother-in-law who had connections, and pay his way to meet with Chapo. Letting Junior go was torture, and I've never been more scared. But the decision was made, and we didn't even have to discuss it. We both loved Peter very much, and we knew that if he had to bring Peter back from the dead, he was going to find a way to do it. The day he left, I stood in front of him, and with no idea if I'd ever see him alive again, I tried to reassure him. "You're strong, and I believe in you. Just make sure you come back to me, okay?" He looked at me, kissed me hard on the lips, and said, "I promise." I just let the man of my dreams go, I thought. I just let the father of my unborn baby head out the door to be killed. If something happens to him, I'll never forgive myself.
Super dangerous situation, because if again, I'm going to try to get that Narco Wars video that I did back up. It got copyright struck. But if you watch that video, there's leaked footage of Chapo interrogating a guy that he got tied to a pillar at his crib. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a very distinct possibility that Jay couldn't have let, he didn't have to leave that island. He left that island because they let him leave that island,
Mia. I was so grateful to Junior, but like Olivia, I just didn't see how this was going to work. Cartel bosses don't do you favors. For all we knew, Junior was going to be tortured and shot in the head right beside Peter, and then Olivia and I would both be alone.
Olivia. When Junior got to Culiacan with Tommy, he started meeting with key players in the cartels immediately. Tommy's brother-in-law knew all of them, and pretty much everybody had some close connection to Chapo. Junior was telling his story to anyone who'd listen, even offering a $500,000 to anyone who could just set up a meeting for him. Unfortunately, things didn't work like that, but he was desperate. He knew Peter was suffering. He could just feel it. One day he was out with Tommy, and a familiar face approached him. "Hey, cuate," that translated to twin. "It's Omar. Remember we met at the bullfight in San Juan? I was with your cousin Tony. I was partying with you and your girlfriend Liv." Junior stopped short. "Yes, of course. I have bad news, though. Someone kidnapped my brother, Uncle Pablo, and Tony. That's why I'm here." Omar didn't even pause. "I can help you." Sure enough, Omar made some calls, and just like that,
Bruh.
he set up a meeting with his boss. Alf
Bruh, just a little bit of relationship building, you know what I'm saying? A little bit of networking go a long way, man. Having a good interaction with somebody, something that didn't come off negative, that didn't leave a bad taste in nobody's mouth, just a cool connection. You run into that person later in life. Same thing with the G Unit spinner chain being returned by the Flores twins, and now here we are all these years later, and 50's executive producing their projects. You know what I'm saying? Like those little relationships are super important. That right there was probably the difference between him getting Peter back and not getting Peter back. You know what I'm saying?
Alfredo Beltran Leiva, aka Mocomo. This was a big deal. You didn't fuck around with Mocomo because he and his brother Arturo were the heads of the Beltran Leiva organization, and at the time, the BLO was part of the Sinaloa cartel. Meeting with Mocomo was basically the next best thing to meeting with Chapo himself. The next morning, a guy named Paco picked Junior and Tommy up in a bulletproof SUV and started driving. As they approached the plaza in Culiacan, in broad daylight, probably 100 guys, all holding semi-automatic weapons, stood around the perimeter. They were protecting Mocomo, who was sitting in his pickup. One of the guards searched Junior for weapons, then nodded and let only him through. When Junior walked toward Mocomo, he introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Margarito Flores." Junior was intimidated by his army of men. Mocomo was big and serious-looking, even though he was known to be the friendliest capo ever. "What's the reason for this meeting?" he asked. "My brother's been kidnapped, and I'm here trying to get him back." "Well, who do you owe?" Mocomo asked. For the next few minutes, Junior talked big numbers and spoke his language. They discussed a shipment Junior had just received, and soon realized he was in debt to Mocomo because of it. "I don't want you to use my money to pay for your brother," Mocomo said. Junior then made it clear that his money was good, and that he could make payments fast. Mocomo liked what he heard and warmed up to him quickly. "I'm impressed with how fast you move," he said. Then he signaled for his radio and began making calls. After he hung up, he looked Junior in the eyes and lowered his voice. "I know where your brother is. Don't worry. I'll make sure he doesn't die, and from now on, you'll work directly with me."
This sounds like these old dirty motherfuckers always had empty promises and just say whatever. Just say, you're gonna work for me now. I know where I'm gonna keep him alive. Guess what? To me, from what I know of this story, from what I heard in the podcast and in this, wasn't nobody trying to keep him alive. Wasn't nobody trying to look out for him. Everybody was looking out for themselves. Everybody was trying to get the best deal. If the twins weren't leverageable, then that would have ended different. You know what I'm saying? The twins had leverage because of their network, because of their routes and their logistics. But so everybody over there with this whole, I'll make sure he's okay, it's disingenuous. It's bullshit. It's all leverage.
Junior's mouth dropped wide open, and it wasn't because the cartel boss had just handed him the key to expanding his business. Making deals was the last thing on his mind. All he cared about was getting Peter home safely, and Mocomo knew how to do that. But it wasn't just him he was concerned with. "What about my Uncle Pablo and my cousin?" Mocomo looked straight at him, confused. "What are you talking about? I don't have them. Pablo's the one behind this." "Pablo?" Junior stopped for a second and began considering what he'd just heard. Of course Pablo's behind this, he realized.
Dirty ass
He's keeping
deal.
the money for himself and telling Chapo we haven't made good. Now he's kidnapped Peter for the ransom, and that's what he's going to pay Chapo with. He put greed before us, his own family. Mocomo interrupted his thinking and motioned toward two men. "This is Juan and Chapillo Lomas. They'll pick you up tomorrow and take you to see mi papa." In Mexico, everyone knows that Chapo's name is not to be said out loud. He's like the Lord Voldemort of Mexico, but everyone respects and fears him. There was no mistaking it. Mi papa was Chapo and Junior was in. The next
What's Voldemort? Is that Harry Potter? I'm not hip to that. Y'all can crucify me in the chat. I know nothing about no Voldemort.
day, a caravan of 40 sicarios in 8 armored SUVs picked up Junior. He'd never seen anything so crazy in his life. He called me from the hangar where they kept all of Chapo's planes, including the one that would take him into the mountains, and told me he was terrified. Growing up, it was every drug dealer's ultimate dream to meet Chapo, and here he was, about to meet the boss himself to plead for his brother's life. I don't want to lose you, I said. Please be careful, Junior. Liv, I have to do this. I'm so sorry. It's the only chance Peter has. He hung up the phone, and I burst into tears.
I bet.
Then Junior boarded a single-engine Cessna and flew deep into the heart of the Sierra Madre Mountains.
Mia. I'd never heard of Chapo when I was growing up. When I watched the news or read anything pertaining to drugs, his name never came up. So it never dawned on me that there was a single person who controlled the flow of drugs. When I moved to Mexico, I'd hear Peter and Junior mention him every now and then, but I didn't really pay attention. He was a ghost. This guy who had a lot of power but may or may not have really existed. So when Olivia said, Junior's getting on a plane to meet with El Chapo and to convince him to release Peter, all I heard was release Peter. He's alive? I asked. Yes, Junior's going to call us when he's back from the meeting. He has no idea how long it's going to take. I must have been so out of it that it wasn't even clear what she said.
And it's a false start, because as we know, those of us who did survive in El Chapo, we know it took much longer than this trip. One wife is missing her husband already. The other wife is giving her husband up to go get him. This wife just heard the word release. Probably didn't give her relief, but gave her hope, made her think that, this is going to work right away. False start. Everything takes time.
Liv grabbed my shoulders. Mia, Junior's not coming back without Peter. I promise you.
Olivia. When Junior boarded the Cessna in Chapo's hangar, he was greeted by the pilot, who couldn't have been more than 17 and was wearing sandals and a t-shirt. Junior looked at Chapillo Lomas and asked, "You sure he knows how to fly this thing?" The pilot answered, "Don't worry. I know every single valley in these mountains. This is what I do all day. The military will never find us." Junior was actually more worried about the kid crashing on takeoff. But when he looked around the plane, he realized he should be more concerned about being taken down. Judging from the 10 radios, dozen grenades, rocket launcher, and a military-grade M50 that were lying in the seat next to him, it must have happened before. So clearly, they were prepared to retaliate.
Jesus.
"Who's going to use these things if we're spotted?" Junior asked Chapillo.
You, bro.
"We are, of course."
Yeah.
They took off, and probably 20 minutes into the flight, Junior heard a bunch of random numbers being called out on the radios. "There's a Black Hawk headed our way," said Chapillo. "Grab the M50 and point it out the window."
Jesus.
Junior had never shot at anyone before, much less with an M50. What the hell have I gotten myself into, he thought. But sure enough, when he heard the kid cut off the Cessna's engine and begin hovering as the whir of a chopper came toward him, he wasn't going to argue. He cracked the window, picked the weapon up, struggled to turn it because there was literally no room, and began praying his plane wouldn't go down that day.
Mia. Thankfully, within seconds, the radio bleeped out a bunch of other numbers, and the baby pilot started the engine back up. Feeling so much adrenaline, he thought he was going to vomit. Junior put the gun down and tightened his seatbelt as the plane began to descend. "Where the fuck is the landing strip?" Junior yelled to the pilot.
Yo, the voice actress that played Viv, she's great, bro.
The kid pointed out the window to a man-made strip that had been dug into the base of a mountain. "Right there!" Then he cut off the engine again. Junior was positive they were going to collide into the mountain. He thought, this is it. It's all over. But sure enough, the plane touched down and rolled up that mountain just a bit, slowing down until it started to roll backward. Finally, it stopped completely. Chapillo opened the door, and Junior jumped out of the plane like it was about to catch fire.
I bet.
When his feet hit the ground, he looked around and saw a crowd of men dressed in military-style garb. They were looking at him like he was from another planet. After all, he was young and American, and they weren't used to seeing his kind up in those mountains.
Olivia. A Hummer edged up to him, driven by yet another guy decked out in army gear. Surrounding it were dozens of armed men on ATVs, all carrying grenades in their military-style jackets. They drove 20 minutes down bumpy trails that you'd be hard-pressed to actually call roads. And as he looked out the window, he noticed the bulldozers and excavators that must have been used to clear the mountains for Chapo's compound. Finally, they arrived at Chapo's palapa. It was open on all sides, with spectacular views of the surrounding mountains. Chapo was wearing a black snapback hat with a military logo. He looked right at Junior and extended his hand. "I'm Joaquin Guzman Loera." "It's an honor to meet you," Junior said. "My name is Margarito Flores." "Mucho gusto," Chapo replied in a powerful voice, meaning, "Nice to meet you." Then he continued, "What do you want?" Chapo's right eye doesn't move very much, so Junior felt like his stare was going right through his body. But he quickly pulled himself together and responded, "I'm here for my brother. You know, people that come up here don't go back. I could kill you and your brother right now and go about my day." Junior responded, "Yes, senor, I'm very aware. But I am here because I only have my word."
Mia. Junior spent the next 10 minutes explaining the deal he'd had with Uncle Pablo. But before going into the specifics, Junior brought up a valid point. Why would Pablo act like he'd been kidnapped too, if Peter and Junior actually owed him money? Then Junior revealed that, yes, he had a $10 million debt to Chapo, but he'd been paying it back to Pablo in steady increments. In fact, he was right on schedule, only a few million shy, and he had the ledgers to prove it. It was a miracle Junior had been smart enough to take his ledgers with him to Sinaloa.
Receipts.
They didn't just save Peter's life, they saved his that day too. The ledgers were these thick, worn books, like big old Bibles. For their entire career, he and Peter had been meticulous about keeping track of every single penny that was collected and every single payment they'd made to a supplier, and they'd marked it all in those books. It didn't matter if Peter was dead tired or coming home from a night of partying. He'd always walk into the kitchen, grab his binders, and sit there with his calculator adding and subtracting millions of dollars. You couldn't alter them. All the numbers were tiny, so there was no room to add anything, and absolutely nothing was scratched out. They were flawless. Their notes and numbers indicated the debt payments they'd made to Pablo, with dates. When you added up the numbers, there was no question they'd made their payments right on time.
Wallin'.
There was no way he couldn't prove to Chapo that Uncle Pablo was totally fabricating the story for his own benefit.
He had all the receipts.
Olivia. "Show them to me," said Chapo. Junior pulled the ledgers out of his backpack, and together they started flipping through the pages. "You're moving a lot of work," Chapo said, and Junior nodded. "Chapillo, please go get my cuentas." He ran to fetch them, then handed them to his boss. The drug lord spent the next few minutes comparing dates, pointing from Junior and Peter's ledgers to the notes he'd taken. He cross-checked numbers, nodded his head when he saw they lined up, and said, "Good. Good. when he got to the bottom of a line item that showed a payment had been received on the correct date. It went on like this for probably 15 minutes until Chapo slammed his notebook shut. "Your numbers are good. You have been making payments." "Yes, señor." "I'm going to help you, but first, you need to settle things with Pablo. I'll send my people with you." "Thank you, señor." "After you fix it with Pablo, I want you to come back to see me." Junior extended his hand to Chapo. "Absolutely. It was an honor to meet you, and I won't let you down. You have my word." Then Chapo turned his back, and Junior was escorted away by 2 armed guards.
Okay, this is where the story differs, and I don't know if they're going to get into it right now. But at this point of the story, in the Surviving El Chapo, they revealed that Chapo told them, "You're going to have to give me proof that Lupe," who they're calling Pablo right now in this book, "you're going to have to give me proof that Lupe is lying and that Lupe is setting you guys up. Go get your recorder and go record him." If I recall correctly, that was what happened at this point. They didn't mention it here. I don't remember nothing happening, I don't remember him going to deal with Lupe, then coming back to get, to have the tape recorder conversation and then going back. So I feel like it was left out of here, but we'll see.
Mia. 2 days later, Junior drove up to our house. I'm not sure what I was expecting. Maybe this romantic reunion between him and Olivia, or maybe that he'd walk right in the door with Peter. All I know was that I sure as hell wasn't expecting him to come back with a group of guys I'd never seen before. "They're Chapo's people," he said. "They're gonna be here a few days, staying in the back. I'll tell you the whole story soon, but right now I've got to take care of them."
Olivia. Chapo's associates were there to help Junior settle things with Pablo, but they'd also come to make sure that everything Junior had said at the palapa was true. In fact, they were going to put it on tape. It wasn't like Chapo was just going to send out his guys to rescue someone he couldn't truly believe in. He wasn't going to just say, "Okay, go get Peter." Junior had to earn that trust. For the next 2 weeks, that's all he did. They were constantly at the house, sitting around or talking to Junior and getting to know him. They couldn't have been more polite if they'd tried, but still, they were just there. Poor Mia was a miserable, worried wreck, and I was so sick I was living on saltines and Gatorade. But we put on our happy faces and made them feel at home. Our chefs cooked for them. Our housekeepers cleaned up after them. Soon, they warmed up to our family so much that they actually wanted to help us. Their hearts were in the right place, and being there stopped feeling like a job for them. Then one day, Junior got the word that it was time to leave with them and go settle things with Pablo. If he was lucky after that, Peter just might be freed.
We going on to episode, chapter 12. We doing a double feature today. Let's get it.
The morning Junior left town with Chapo's workers, Raul and Gordo, I was so tired I could hardly say goodbye. I'd been exhausted for weeks. Every time someone knocked on the door, I thought I was about to get a package with Peter's finger in it.
Jesus.
I kept having nightmares that someone had sent Peter's head to our house, and when I woke up sweating, I'd lie in bed, convinced that he was dead. Olivia was the only person I could really talk to. And sometimes even that didn't feel great because I was so jealous of her. She had a fiancé and a baby on the way, and she was planning her wedding. She had a life ahead of her, and I had shit. She tried her best to reassure me and never talked about herself, but nothing she said could truly help.
Very honest.
Olivia. I practically pushed Junior and Chapo's guys out the door the morning they left to settle things with Uncle Pablo and, hopefully, free Peter. The days were passing, and I knew he was suffering. But I'd watched Junior win Chapo's people's trust all week, and I could see the hope on his face. He was determined to get his brother back, even if it was the last thing he did. Mia and I were on pins and needles all day, waiting for him to call. "Do you think something went wrong? Why hasn't he called?" Mia kept saying. It's fine. We gotta trust Junior. In my mind, though, I was just as scared as she was. Finally, my phone rang late that night. It was Junior. Baby, what happened? I asked and put it on speaker so Mia could hear too. I'm okay. It's going to be okay. But fucking Pablo, I don't even know who that man is anymore. Just tell us what happened. For the next 10 minutes,
I'll tell you who that man was. He was who he always was. He was who he always was. These snakes in the grass, boy, their disguises are long-lasting disguises, but eventually they'll show you who they are.
Mia and I didn't say a thing while he talked.
Mia. Junior had arrived at Pablo's house a few hours after he left home. He wasn't alone. He had 4 men with him, 2 of his own workers named Raul and Gordo, and Chapo and Mocomo's men, Juan and Paco. No one was armed. After all, they were convinced it wasn't going to turn violent. Junior knocked on Pablo's door, and when it opened, he was escorted in by someone from the state police, who apparently was protecting Pablo. When he stepped aside, there was Pablo, his hand extended toward Junior like nothing had happened. When Junior refused to shake it, the police officer put a gun to his head. Motherfucker, I will have you killed if you disrespect me in my house, Pablo said as the police officer pushed Junior down to a seated position in a chair, jamming the gun into the back of his head. Juan stepped in. We have orders from Senor.
None of that.
I've been going up to those mountain tops for 30 years, Pablo answered. You think I'm gonna let you come and fuck it up? Then Pablo grabbed his classic 1911 Special 45, which he always carried, and pistol-whipped Junior.
Nice
Junior was not going to sit there and just take it, even if the truth was going to cost him his life. He only had his word, and he wasn't going to let some greedy, deranged man take that from him. The more Junior spoke, though, the more livid Pablo became. He realized he was looking like a liar. But what he didn't know was that Chapo's people were getting it all on tape.
Olivia. Things suddenly shifted. One of the police officers who'd been protecting Pablo changed his mind and said, "Stop hitting him. Let him go." Pablo was stunned. "What the hell do you mean? You're on his side now?" "Yes. We have orders from Señor." Orders are orders, and if they're broken, they could cost you your life. But Pablo didn't care. Instead of dropping the gun, he just kept hitting Junior until Tony started yelling, "Pa, por favor!" But his dad gave him a look of death, and Tony backed down. "I want my money, Junior! Give me the money!" Pablo was out of his fucking mind, and Junior was sure he was going to pop him and his brother in the head just for making him look like a fool. Junior turned to Tony and pleaded with him. "Tony, you know we've been making payments. Why are you doing this? How could you let your dad hurt us like this? We loved you all like family." Tony paused. He knew his dad had to be stopped, so he said, firmly, "Cálmate, pa." Apparently, hearing that pissed off Pablo so much that he didn't just refuse to stop. He backhanded Junior across the face one last time.
Crazy.
He couldn't believe his own son was siding with Junior. Finally, Chapo's men intervened. "Pablo, we have orders from Señor for you to end this. You will not kill los cuates. Señor will be contacting you once we get back to Culiacán." Reluctantly, Pablo dropped the gun and nodded his head. He'd just agreed to negotiate Peter's release. Then, as Junior proceeded to walk out of the house, the state police stopped him. "Please tell Señor that this was all a misunderstanding," he said as he handed him his card. "I believe you, and I'm here a su servicio."
Boy, just a bunch of tail between the leg. You know, Daddy called and said, "Hey, step down." He had to tell his other daddy, "Sorry, I can't, we got orders. We got to follow orders."
At your service.
Bootlick.
Mia. Junior came back to Guadalajara right away, bruised but alive. But Peter didn't. His release was still going to take some time. Chapo's people still had to get the word back to him. Then Señor had to call Pablo. I'm sure Pablo was scared for his life knowing he was caught in a lie and behind a kidnapping that never should have happened. His plan had backfired, and he never thought in a million years that Chapo would find out. I was so relieved to see Junior. I'd been worried sick Pablo was going to kill him, and Junior had a baby on the way and loved Olivia so much. But still, I couldn't take the agony of Peter being gone anymore. I missed him so much my heart hurt.
Olivia. Junior headed back to the mountaintop with Juan in Chapillo Lomas. When he got there, Chapo was furious with Pablo. I just lost my brother, so I can imagine how you must be feeling, Chapo said. I still want my 10 million fully repaid, but remember, you can make up the money later, but you can never replace your brother.
That's crazy to me. I remember feeling in the Surviving El Chapo series like it was disingenuous and diabolical for Chapo to be like, I lost my brother recently, bro. You don't want to lose yours. You know, like, bro, you the one in control of this. You know what I'm saying? I just gave you proof the other dude owes you 10 mil. And now you holding your sympathy for your brother over my head with my brother. You know what I mean? Like, it was just, it's just a testament to how diabolical these dudes are. Also, different from Surviving El Chapo podcast. Again, this book was written in 2016 or 2017. I know it was published in 2017. They did not mention that Chapo gave Jay the idea for the recording. They just said that Chapo's men were recording. Now, I don't know if that's something that was maybe made up for the Surviving El Chapo podcast or something that had to be held back from this because, you know, the husbands were still in prison. I don't know. Again, there's many different reasons why stories change from the book to the podcast. Some would get more information, some would get less. But in here, they just grazed right past the fact that there was a recorder and that Chapo told him, get a recorder, go get proof that Lupe is doing this and bring it back to me. Well, he has his proof now, but again, he's still charging them the $10 million. It seemed like all of that was for nothing. But not, because now they are in direct communication with the man.
Then Chapo relaxed. When your debt is settled, I want you and your brother to come back and see me. We need people like you. Yes, senor, Junior responded. Chapo waved for German Olivares, his chief executive and right-hand man, to make arrangements for the payment with Junior. Then he was dismissed.
Mia. Peter's second kidnapping had begun much as the first had, with crooked cops. When Peter went to his Uncle Pablo's house to settle things up with him, the first thing he did was walk up to his cousin Tony and hug him. "Where's Uncle Pablo?" he asked, and Tony made an excuse. Minutes later, he heard a bang at the back door, and 15 to 20 men in full SWAT gear and ski masks barged in, shouting, "Policía Federal!" Upon entering, one of the policemen hit Peter in the mouth and stomach with a rifle, then beat him in the back till he fell to the floor. He could hear them struggling with Tony, too, and it sounded just as bad as what was happening to him. Then the cop pulled him to his knees, shoved his face into the sofa to suffocate him, and screamed, "You're fucking going back to the United States, you piece of shit!" Worrying about Pablo, wherever he might be, Peter yelled at the police, "Leave the old man alone!" Next, the officer stripped Peter to his underwear, blindfolded him, wrapped his head with masking tape, and dragged him out the door to a police vehicle, where he threw him in the back. They drove him through the mountains to a remote town midway between San Juan and Guadalajara. He sat outside, freezing cold, till the morning. The kidnappers returned and woke him up with a gun to his head. "Get the fuck up," they screamed.
Consistent.
Peter wasn't thinking about himself. "Is the old man okay?" he asked. But they wouldn't give him a straight answer. They dragged Peter to a pickup truck and laid him in it, flat. One kidnapper pressed his boots into Peter's ribs, which was excruciating after all the beatings he'd endured. Then they drove to a shack, where they taped his feet and threw him down on the cold floor.
They had a whole theatrical production of Lupe getting arrested too, and the Primo, and yeah, all this. And then the moment they put the hood on Peter and covered him up with the tape, that was the end of their performance. It's a dirty game.
Olivia. Each morning, Peter's kidnappers woke him up by putting a gun to his head and cocking it.
Jeez.
They asked the same question every day. Who do you work for? He never answered, so they'd hit him across the face and say, You think you're slick? I've heard you sell tons of work in the United States, and you have all these fancy horses. Tell me who the fuck you work for. Do you work with El Chapo and El Mayo? No, Peter answered. His captors laughed. Listen, before the day's over, I'm going to make you tell me who you fucking work for. Peter didn't eat anything for several days and became disoriented from dehydration. He was forced to use a bucket as a toilet, while a gun was pointed at him. He began to look so bad that the kidnappers called someone on their radio and asked, Should I kill him now? He's dying already.
Mia. Peter was so weak, he didn't even ask the kidnappers to spare his life. The only strength that kept him going was the thought of me. If they don't kill me, if I make it through this, Peter told himself, I'll marry Mia. 4 weeks into his kidnapping, it was Mexican Mother's Day, May 10th. Peter could hear church bells ringing, calling all mothers to the service.
4 weeks, bro. 4 weeks, barely eating, emaciated. Ain't nobody taking care of you. They letting you dehydrate. They beating you. They, threatening you with the hammer every morning. You gotta do what you gotta do in a bucket. It's just a lot. 4 weeks.
And he thought about what his poor, sweet mom must be going through. Tied up and abandoned in a dark room for hours on end, he'd almost given up hope. Not just because of how vicious his treatment had been, but also because he knew people don't usually come out alive from kidnappings in Mexico. While he sat and prayed for his life, he also worried about his Uncle Pablo and Cousin Tony, who he assumed were in captivity just like him. For weeks, no one had told him otherwise. He hoped they'd been freed, but for all he knew, they were living some nightmare somewhere, too.
Snakes in the grass.
More significant than that, though, was the fact that he had no clue that his brother was already deep in negotiations to free him.
Olivia. A few days after Junior made his debt payment, Olivares contacted him. Pablo's not answering our calls, Chapo's right-hand man said. But not to worry, we'll fix it. Hearing this was reassuring, but it wasn't enough. Junior still hadn't gotten word about Peter's location, and he was so worried he wasn't sleeping. Then, he got a call from an unknown number. Hello? He said. Oh my God, Peter! Where are you? Junior yelled at me and Mia to run into the room. When we got there, he put the phone on speaker. I'm in the Sierra, but I don't know where. I'm going to try to find a road. Peter's voice was cracking. I don't know how long my signal's going to last, but I just need to talk.
Okay, so they let him out onto the street. Now, they skipped a whole lot in this book. That's why I think the two things complement each other, the book and the podcast, you know what I'm saying? Because the things that they overlooked in that book, they got into detail here. The things that they overlooked here, they got in the podcast, you know what I'm saying? So there was a whole lot more to this. So they were paying back the $10 million. They were appraising their jewelry. They were doing whatever they can do to get the money. It got to a point where they realized, Chapo, Lupe, Leyva, they all realized this guy's going to die on us. We got to get this guy out of here. That's the reason I think they let him go. They let him go. They said, we're going to let your brother go. They let him go in the dark. and he's again emaciated, and his body is hurting, and he's in the pitch darkness, and they talk about how he had to go down the hill thinking he was gonna find service. There was no service. He had to take his weak self back up the hill and try to find service. And when his brother finally found him in the dark. They found each other. He peeped him with the flashing lights coming down the mountain. So again, that all of that was way overlooked, and now they just it sounds like they just let him out, and he made his phone call.
Baby, I love you, said Mia. I love you too. I can't wait to see you. It's the thought of you that kept me alive. Oh, God, poor Peter, I thought as tears of joy flowed down my cheeks. Then I looked at Junior and realized he's been selfless. I'll admire him forever for doing the unbelievable, for saving Peter's life.
That's his other half.
They drove me into the mountains for probably an hour, Peter said. He's in the middle of fucking nowhere, I thought. They dragged me out of the car, kicked me in the back of my legs, and let me fall to my knees. I was expecting a bullet in my head, but a man leaned down and put something in my shoe. It was the key to my handcuffs. Then he grabbed my hand and put a piece of paper in it. Junior, it was your number. He put a phone in my pocket, then told me to count to 100 and not move or else he'd kill me. Then he just walked away. I'm coming to get you, said Junior. Wait, did they release Uncle Pablo and Tony? He asked. Junior knew how fragile Peter was, and he didn't want to upset him. They're fine, but it's a long story. I'll tell you everything when you're home. Then he snapped the phone shut.
Mia. Junior knew Peter had to be north, in the mountains outside of Guadalajara, so he ran out the door with Gordo and got in his car. It was late, and they had to save Peter before the sun came up.
Junior drove over 2 hours north through the darkness. There was only one road from Guadalajara to San Juan, so he knew that if he kept driving and calling his brother, he'd find him. He was terrified the whole time that Peter's cell phone was going to die. But when he had service, he'd ring him up. I'm getting close, Peter, he'd say. Just hang on.
Mia. Peter was in the middle of the Sierra, which was full of mountain lions and poisonous snakes that he knew might attack him at any moment. It was so dark most of the time he couldn't make out his hand in front of him, and when he could see, everything was blurry because he'd had a blindfold on for weeks. He was too weak to walk, so he began crawling toward the road, using the flashlight on his phone to guide him. He didn't have much of a voice, but when his brother would call, he'd always answer. I'm here. I'm okay. But I can't see, so I don't know where I am.
Olivia. The road through the mountains was windy, but Junior knew it so well that he didn't slow down. It was pitch black, and he realized that if he flashed his brights, Peter would see them from miles away, know it was him, and call him. I see you, Peter said. You're getting closer.
That's crazy.
But I don't know how far you are, said Junior. Do you have a light? Yeah, but it's not great. Do you hear those coyotes? I do. Drive toward them. Sure enough, Peter was right near some coyotes, and as he held his phone out, Junior could hear them barking and howling through the phone. He drove toward them, listening to their wails grow louder and louder. Finally, Junior saw Pete's little flashlight up ahead in the distance. He got closer and stopped in the middle of the road. He couldn't pull over because he was on the edge of a cliff. Junior opened the door, and Peter crawled into the car, so skinny that he looked like a little old man. He burst into tears and grabbed Junior's head because he had to see his brother's face. Peter was in disbelief. He was convinced he was about to die. Nothing is more important to me than you, Peter said.
I'm convinced he was about to die. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't let's take care of the prisoner. You know what I'm saying? Let's take care of our hostage situation. No, not at all. They had zero regard for the man.
I'm just so happy to see you, Junior said as he hugged him. I can't believe they let me go, Junior. I thought they were going to kill me. You're safe now, his brother reassured him, but it wasn't enough. Peter was dying to know something else. Where's Mia? He asked. She's at home waiting for you, Junior answered, and that's where we're going right now.
Mia. The sun had just come up when Peter and Junior walked into the house. I saw Peter from the top of the stairs, but I had to look twice to realize it was him. He looked like a 10-year-old boy. After I ran down and pulled him close to me, I felt him start to heave. He was frail, his eyes were sunken, and he was so cold it was almost like he died. We stood together like that for probably 10 minutes.
He was knocking on the door, man. He was knocking on the door.
And I knew he was never going to be the same again. I led him back up the stairs and we walked into the bathroom. I tried turning on the light, but he stopped me. Don't, please. It hurts my eyes, he said. When we took off our clothes and got in the shower together, a smell like sweat, garbage, and death overcame me. Then I began to wash him gently so I wouldn't hurt his wounds. You're home, I said, and I'm going to make sure you never leave again. When we finally got out of the shower, Peter started talking. The whole time I was gone, I prayed. I asked God to protect my brother for the rest of his life, and I prayed for Olivia, that she would stay strong and love Junior forever. I thanked God for causing her to be so good to him, and I apologized for always giving her a hard time. I prayed that my daughter would live a long, healthy, and happy life and find someone great to love her as much as I do. And I asked God for your forgiveness. For what? For leaving you like I did. Don't be silly. And I promised God that if he brought me home, I'd marry you and be a devoted husband and father. Mia, you saved my life again.
Pues ya era tiempo.
We didn't exactly get engaged then, but it was coming. Something fundamental had changed in Peter. Something that was rooting him to me and to life in Mexico. And I felt deep in my bones that life was about to get a lot more complex. I was ready for it. Sure, I was terrified that the man I loved had stared death in the face, but I was prepared for life with a man who I loved without question, despite the job he did every day. But was I ready to risk my life for that world? Were any of us? It was a dilemma we'd be forced to figure out sooner rather than later.
There it is. Wow. Listen, man, you'd have to do a lot of hard work to make the scripted series of this story bad. Because as we hear these stories, me being from where I'm from, being a writer myself, being an actor myself, I could see these scenes happening, what they look like, the tension build up to them. It's all natural. Nobody needs to, it's already stranger than fiction. So I'm hoping they don't ruin this because there's a lot of compelling parts to this story, and that's one. You know what I'm saying? I can see the man, her looking down, coming through the door, all of that stuff. If you take the Surviving El Chapo and you take this episode and you put these two parts of it together, there's a lot of information there, man, a lot of details. This story should be no lesser than what a Breaking Bad was, or, The Wire, or, those shows that stand up at the top. There's no reason that this shouldn't be that. Like I said, you'd have to do a lot of work to mess this up. You ever hit that midday crash where your energy just runs into a wall? That's where DUBBY comes in. Clean energy, no sugar, no jitters, no crash. Formulated for focus and stamina, not hyper headaches. Whether gaming, grinding, or creating, this stuff keeps you sharp. Use code ILCARTEL for 10% off at dubby.gg. Fuel up smart. Don't settle for sugar water.
So you saying the streets are talking, I feel like you doing a lot of talking as well. I feel like you talk a lot of shit.
For those that were watching the live yesterday, I had a text message that came through that kind of distracted me for a bit. They wrote that to who? Sorry, I got a business text. And word was reached out to me that Val had something to say to me. Now, I don't know if something from yesterday's episode specifically encouraged her to have something to say to me, or if it's just the collective of shit that I've been talking in the last, year and a half doing this podcast or doing this show. You know what I'm saying? So I put my number out there. And if she calls in, she calls in. Hello?
Hello, Shy.
Val.
Hey, it's me.
What's up?
I'm listening. So you saying the streets are talking, I feel like you doing a lot of talking as well. I feel like you talk a lot of shit. I'm joking. Listen, I just want you to know, like, I've been listening to your show, right? I watch all your reaction videos. I feel like you're doing a great job. And I have to say, like, you definitely keep me entertained. Like, the comments you make are on point. And I want you to know this, like, I know you talk a lot of shit, and I enjoy it, so keep doing what you're doing, because I definitely enjoy it. You're keeping me entertained 100%. I mean, even when the podcast is, like, dropping, I wait to listen to your videos, because I feel like what you're doing is dope. And, you know, I don't know what to tell you. I like where you're coming from, and, you know, there's things that you talk about that I don't agree with, but at the end of the day, I respect it. Because you're entitled to your own opinion, and you know it's your show, it's your perspective, right?
Right. So wait a minute. So this did it come on your radar season 1? Like it came on your radar season 1 that we were doing?
I listened to season 1. I listened to season 2, and I'm now listening to Cartel Wives. So yeah, you was definitely on point. I mean, there's some things that, like, I know it's hard because you were just saying that like 5 minutes ago when you were talking about how, you know, there's things that I can't talk about. There's certain things when I was writing my book I was able to talk about, I couldn't talk about. And then with the podcast, I feel like I came all out. And I'm able to share a lot more. When I wrote the book, you know, I didn't even come out as Val. I came out as Olivia, you know, under a pseudonym. Mm-hmm. And I chose to do that because, you know, I wasn't sure. I didn't want the world to know who I was. I was trying to still, you know, hide my identity, you know, for of course, you know, for safety reasons and right. Yeah, safety reasons, right? And so, but at the end of the day, I was exposed at the Chapo trial. My name came out, and so yeah, so I felt like, you know what, on this podcast, I'm just going to be transparent. I'm going to put it all out there. But when I was writing my book, like all them stories, like I read in the comments, like, you know, I know there's questions, and I know people want to, you know, they're asking certain questions, like, you know, is this real? It's 100% real. It's from my perspective. It's all me. It's what I went through. It's my life. And I know that in the comments, people are saying, like, okay, well, we would have did this. We would have did that. Yeah, it's easy to say now. Like, if I'm going to sit here and I'm going to look back on my life and I'm going to talk about, okay, well, yeah, I would have did this. I would have did everything differently. But we don't have that luxury, right? Right. So when I'm telling my story, I'm going back and I'm trying to place myself in that state of mind, and I'm trying to tell a story in real time. And so I'm basically, I need to do that so that way the listener or whoever's reading my book that audience is able to capture what I was feeling and who Val was at that particular moment. Now, who Val is today, I'm a different person. And I feel like it took a lot of growth to be able to go back and take accountability and even show your worst side, right? Because at the end of the day, like, there's certain things I talk about that are embarrassing. There's certain things, you know, I'm not the woman I am today that I was back then, and I feel like I have to capture it, whether it was me, you know, on some shady shit, whether it was me, you know, getting locked up, whatever I was going through, whatever relationship I was in, whether it was, you know, an abusive relationship, I feel like I had to touch on those moments to actually be able to allow my audience to really be in that moment and capture those, you know, experiences that I went through. So
yeah, and like you said,
it's hard.
hindsight is 2020. Like we can say what we would have done,
Yes.
what we should have done, what we could have done, but you never know that until it's done.
And if I write that book, I tell that story, that's not interesting. Of course, I'm going to be, I'm going to paint this picture like I'm perfect. I'm not perfect. I'm far from it, as we all are, right? Mm-hmm. And I feel like in reality, we live through our experiences. We live through our mistakes. We try to grow. We try to evolve. We try to become better people. And I feel like it's really fulfilling. I feel like it's really fulfilling to sit there and tell your life story and be able to kind of like, bring that story full circle. And I feel like that's what I've accomplished, and that's what I'm continuing to do with these projects. We started off with Cartel Wives, and then we went on to this podcast, and then now we're going into this docuseries and scripted television. So I feel like, we definitely have a story to tell, and there's some people that are going to agree with it, they're going to disagree. We could all agree to disagree, whatever it is, but I do respect your perspective, and I do like listening to you because I feel like you are hitting them points, and there's certain things that you say, like you get it, like you're reading between the lines, and I feel like, okay, you know where we're going, you know exactly, what, you're able to just intelligently put it, in order and be like, okay, wait, this is different. This sounds different. Like, what's up with this? Why is the book saying this and the podcast is saying that?
Right.
And like you said, like there's certain things I can't talk about. And, like for instance, me, being in prison in Mexico and then me escaping and things like that. Like there's certain things that I have to watch what I say because at the end of the day, even today, I still have legal problems. I don't want anything to affect what I'm going through.
Right.
Or, for that to, me walk into something that I'm not prepared for. So I'm playing chess. I'm playing chess all day.
Right.
But at the end of the day, the story is as authentic and as real as it's going to get.
Right. Right. No, I mean, I appreciate, first of all, I appreciate you watching. Does Jay watch?
Jay definitely watches. I think, I'm not going to lie, I think we're like your number one fans because we enjoy it. Like I said, it's entertaining. As I'm driving my kids to school, I'm listening to it, and you have me dying, cracking up, especially when you talk shit. So keep talking shit. Keep doing what you're doing. Don't change it up. I love it. And I'm here for it. Like, we all have our own perspective, right? It's your show. It's your opinion, your perspective. Like, you do you.
Right, and at the end of the day, it's like I'm watching a movie. I'm disconnected in the sense that I'm watching a movie, and I'm calling bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And and sometimes I'll be wrong. You know what I'm saying? And I'm okay with being wrong. And sometimes
listen, it's a lot. Let me tell you something. It's a lot. Like it's the stories, the things that we went through, right? It's something unheard of, right? So like we've been through shit that other people would never even imagine. And I feel like that's the whole reason why, we're getting, this is why we're doing all these projects. This is why we're able to get into like bigger things like scripted series and they're going to put this on TV film because these stories are unheard of. But the crazy thing is that we don't need any, like, the writers that we're getting, like the work is done for them.
No, it's already, your life is already stranger than fiction.
It is. So even sometimes I'm like, wait, even when I was writing my book, I would go see my husband at the visit and I'd be like, wait, Jay, I'd be like, hold up. Like, I can't believe I lived through this shit. Like, who the fuck? Like, what the fuck was I thinking? Like, you can't, I can't even, imagine, who I was back then to have to, make the choices that I made and make those, life decisions.
Right.
But like I said, it's easy to, look back and be like, oh, shit, wait, I would have did this differently. But at the time, I was young. The same thing with Jay, you talk about, okay, well, why didn't he just give up the life? Or why didn't he just, let it go? He was 20-something years old. You're in your prime time. No one's giving up. No one's thinking about changing their life at that age.
Absolutely. 21, so, you give me them bricks, I'm gone. I'm making it happen.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's unheard of. You're just going to, it's real easy. It's easier, first of all, said than done. Mm-hmm. But it's so much easier for me to go back and for me to say what I would have, could have, should have done, right? But then again, that's not real. That's not being authentic. That's not being vulnerable. and it's not being transparent. And at the end of the day, I'm trying to tell a story, tell my story, tell my husband's story in real time as it's happening, not who Val is or not who Jay is today. And I think that makes a difference.
Yeah, I mean,
and of course, I just want you to know. I mean, the whole point of this is to, you know, I want people to learn from our mistakes. Like, these
cautionary tale.
Tragedies we've been through. It's not like I'm trying to glamorize that cartel life. It's not like I'm trying to, you know, I'm trying to glamorize it in any way. I feel like, you know, we went through trauma. We went through, like, we could have had the nicest things in the world, but guess what? We went through the worst nightmares that people wouldn't even dream of. Like, you can't even, like, this shit it's not easy. Like,
so if you were to say it right now, would you consider it backfired? Cause it seems like it all backfired. From the being in the game, yeah, you were able to enjoy it for a while, but it led on to consequences that last forever. And then the decision to cooperate, the same kind of thing. It's like you're trying to do this to have this better life, and then boom, it backfired again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wouldn't say backfired. Maybe that's not the word I would use, just because I feel like, you know, I'm trying. I think my whole point of this, right, is to just try to bring, like, bring awareness, right, to my story and what I went through, right, what my husband went through. And I feel like, you know, we made these decisions, and I feel like there was so much heartache involved. There was so much pain. There was so much suffering, right? I'm not going to even talk about the money, because that's not even, like, you know, I'm not going to glamorize it. I'm talking about, like, you know, losing people you love, and kidnaps and things that are, like, you know, us being tied up and not knowing if we're going to see tomorrow. Like, shit, like real shit. Like,
and even now, still dealing with what you're dealing with today. Even now, still today, you know. So
exactly what I'm dealing with today. But, you know, my husband, he decided to cooperate. He decided to change his life. And this was something that I was, you know, cooperation. I was totally against that. You know, my first husband, he cooperated, and I divorced him because of it. You know, my second husband, Cato, you know, rest in peace, he, you know, I went to jail for him. They wanted me to wear a wire on him. And I was like, I would never do that. Like, what? Like, I'm not a snitch.
Right.
And now you have my husband, and I look at him like he's the most courageous, bravest man I know, because he sacrificed for his family. And this is something I was totally against. So I get the backlash. I get why people are mad. I get why people, you know, don't agree and why they're upset, because I was that person my whole life. And now I look at it like, you know what? At the end of the day, there's no loyalty at all, not even within the cartel. They all tell on each other to get stronger, to get bigger.
Absolutely.
And it's like, and this is, and I'm going all the way up the chain to the Chapos and the Mayos. I'm not talking about just, you know, like small scale. I'm talking big scale as well. But yet everyone wants to, like, look down on my husband or frown on him. Like, no. Like, there's no loyalty. You're loyal to your family. And at the end of the day, I look at him like, you know, he made this sacrifice to change, you know, our lives. And it's like, it's not easy, because it's, you know, at the end of the day, we're going to still continue to go through shit. But at the end of the day, I have him home. We're still a family. We still have our children. We still have our kids. We have each other. And that's what it's about, and that's what matters. Right. And as far as me going to jail, I know you brought that up. It's like, you know, I've made mistakes, and it's about taking accountability, right?
Right.
It's about taking accountability. I feel like there was a lot of flaws, of course, in my indictment and in my prosecution and in my sentencing. But at the end of the day, I'm going to take accountability, and I'm going to just go away and do my time gracefully. I'm going to come home to my family, and I'm going to keep going.
Well, I'm gonna let you take the high road, and I'm gonna say personally that the United States government was on a witch hunt, and this was a personal attack. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel. That's my personal opinion, but I don't expect that to come from you, knowing, you know, what you're going through. But yeah, you nailed it. You know, you're taking the accountability for what happened, and hopefully this is the last stretch of shit luck in that, as far as that situation goes, you know?
Exactly. And I just want you to know, like, I get how, first of all, how you can sit there and you can like pick things up when it comes to my case or when it comes to like shit we've been through. And I respect that. I know, like, and that's why I listen to your show, and that's I'm gonna continue listening to your show.
I appreciate it because I
said,
thought you was coming in hot.
You say things that I probably can't say just because, you know, for good reasons. But at the end of the day, you're on point. So keep doing what you're doing. I'm gonna keep supporting. And I'm gonna keep listening.
I appreciate that. You got time for a couple questions from the chat?
Sure, go ahead.
Ask her if she was messing with the twin when Kato was alive.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Actually, it's funny that he asked that because twins used to, you know, Jay, I used to hook up Jay with my best girlfriend because I used to think, like, me and him were really cool. He, you know, Kato treated them like their little brothers. I said that in my book. And everybody knows at the end of the day how loyal I was to Kay. I went to prison for him. And anyone in my inner circle knows that. It's not even a question. So, absolutely not.
I'll tell you, that was, again, finding out that you had something to say to me, I said to myself, listen, you know how many times I said at the beginning of this shit, you'll never convince me y'all didn't have something going on. How many times I said that in season 1. But, again, perspective is everything. And I'll say this, and I'll say it to the chat so that y'all hear it. So when I first started doing this podcast, there would be people in the comments. And of course, you know, this is a city where there's a lot of people here that loved Kay. You know what I'm saying? And
of course.
And people would be in the chat and they'd
not
be
more than me, but of course.
Not more than you. But they'd be in the chat and they'd be telling me things. And mind you, I just had heard the rumors around like everybody else did. Mind you, were we 6 degrees of separation apart? Absolutely. Like we was right there, you know what I'm saying? But I would get these rumors just like everybody else, and they would sit there and they'd ferment for years. And then when I started doing this show and people would get in the comments, it would sound like they knew what they were talking about. So somebody would argue with me and be like, oh, well, if that's the case, why doesn't she let Kay's mom see the kid? And I'm like, damn, dude in the chat talking about Valerie don't let Kay's mom see the kid. So there gotta be something to that, right? And then I find out in Cartel Wives that y'all have no children together. So that theory is just out the window.
Right. Well, you know, the streets are always talking, right? The streets are always talking. And I feel like, you know, everyone is going to continue to, you know, think what they think, say what they say, which is fine because we all have our own opinions. And there's times that I could be wrong as well when I have opinions about somebody else, right? You never know somebody's story until, like, you hear, you know, their side of things, right? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I understand why people talk shit, as I probably would think the same thing too.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So I'm not mad at it. And to be honest, like, you know, for anyone to even imply that, of course, it was hurtful, right? At first, I got to keep it real with you. It was hurtful. And I was devastated by it. Like, wait, what? Like, this is a person that, like, was my everything. You know, somebody that I was loyal to, somebody I was married to, that I'd probably still be with today if he, you know, wasn't killed. Like, that, to me, was, like, the most pain I've ever felt in my life. Right. However, like, it's not, I don't feel like it's my fault that my life moved on.
Right.
It's not, you know, you know, it's not my fault that you don't pick and choose who you fall in love with.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You don't. And it wasn't planned. It wasn't, you know, I'm not on no dirty shit. There was no me and Jay going behind, you know, Kato's back in any way. Mm-hmm. And I just feel like, you know, it was hurtful to hear those things. But at the end of the day, it's understandable because I probably would have had questions myself, you know, looking at somebody else's story. Mm-hmm. But, you know, I felt like, you know, I'm not going to be mad about it. I'm not going to be mad. And I see why people say it. Mm-hmm. And, like, for instance, you have, like, Fat Joe that's trying to go out and, you know, do a TV series or a movie or whatever he's doing. Right. And it's like, okay, good. It makes for a great film. That's a good story. It makes for a great film. Mm-hmm. So I get it.
Right.
But at the end of the day, no, that's not who I am. Okay. That's not who I am. And I'm not even, like, no.
All right, let's move on. Let's see what else I got here. That was Smoking Guns. let's see.
And the crazy thing is I want to say, I have something else to say. Like, when it comes to, like, you know, anyone out there, like, nobody, like, except his mom and his family, of course, out of respect, but nobody is going to know him more than me. Like, nobody knows his life more than me. Like, I was his wife.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, nobody can, you know, go there. And like I said, it's understandable. I'm going to respect what people have to say. You know, I might not agree with them. We can agree to disagree, but at the end of the day, I know it's real, and I know it's important to me. And as long as I keep that pure, that's all that matters.
Yeah, and again, perspective is everything. For those that don't have the perspective, but have the common sense to comprehend, oh, maybe there's, you know, we're given new info. Maybe their minds can open up to something else, and some people's minds are not going to be open to nothing at all. It's just what it is, you know?
And like I said, it makes a great story, right?
It makes a great story. So. All right, we got a couple of, I know you ain't no punk, so I'm not gonna sugarcoat what they say. I'm gonna ask you what they say, and you could choose to answer or not answer. But I know you ain't no punk, so I ain't gonna treat you with kid gloves here. So let's see, what's the next one? This is a good one. This can be answered quickly. Did she invent the BBL or just pioneer it? Okay.
Yo, can I tell you something?
Viv was a pioneer, in my opinion. Go ahead.
Listen to me. Back in the day, I was the Barbie, right? Back in the day. Oh, she's plastic. See this, see that. Now you got every girl out there looking like me. So I'm happy to say I pioneered it.
Pioneer. Let's see what else.
Embrace it all day long.
Embrace it. Hey, man. You know, we not many of us get to pioneer much, so you got to hold on to what you got. This one, I'm sure you don't have to answer this one. How many guys has she been with?
Oh my goodness. Okay, so you know I don't sugarcoat much, right? But yeah, I've been in and out of relationships. I think for the most part, I feel like, you know, I've been in relationships I chose, you know, to be in the wrong relationships at times. But I feel like a lot of the relationships I was in were long term. And more importantly, I got Jay looking at me like, okay, all right, girl. But more importantly, I'm with the love of my life today. I'm with my husband, and I'm going to continue, you know, spending the rest of my life with him. But I do want to say this, like, out of everything I went through in the past, I learned from each and every, you know, part of my life. And I'm going to take the good with the bad. And at the end of the day, it makes me who I am today. And I feel like I'm strong. I feel like I'm resilient. And I feel like, you know, I have a story to tell, and I'm going to keep telling it. And it's because of all the bullshit that I've been through, right?
The good and the bad.
So, good and the bad. What did you say, Dave? Oh, he got jokes.
Yo, that goes with what 030 North. 030 North said, tell her to put her husband on the phone.
Oh, they want to speak to Jay? That's going to be the next segment.
Yo.
That's going to be the next segment. When I'm not here, I'll have him calling so that way they can ask him questions, right?
That's hilarious.
That's what we really want to hear from, right?
Right. We want to hear him tell me where I f***ed up.
He got a lot to say.
Let's see what else we got here.
He says he don't want to take my shine. Okay.
He's going to take his shine.
Yeah.
Ask if Sammy the Bull's daughter wanted the fade, if that story was real. I don't think, Chucky, I think that was Viv's story, though. The story.
The Sammy the Bull story?
Yeah, the Sammy the Bull, the peasant story.
Yeah, that's Viv's story to tell for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. But definitely happened. All the stories in the book, on the podcast, everything we speak on is 100% real. I know it's unbelievable, but we've lived a crazy life. So
I want to know the real reason why the price jumped in 2007 all the way to 32 grand in the West Coast. That's a question for Jay.
That's definitely a question for Jay. They definitely made a mark on that market, that's for sure. Supply and demand, for sure.
Right. What does she regret more, getting involved in the life or cooperating?
Ooh, that's a hard one. Right? I'm going to say I have no regrets. And I know it's crazy. I'm going to say I have no regrets. Like, my husband looking at me like I'm crazy. But I know that everything I've been through, I feel like I'm here at this moment in present time. I'm where I'm supposed to be, right? And I feel like everything I went through, the heartaches, the drama, the trauma, everything I've been through, I feel like I'm here for a reason, right? And I feel like I have purpose now. And I feel like there's a reason why I'm doing everything that I'm doing. And, you know, people might not see that right now, but there's bigger things that are on the way. There are bigger things that are coming. And like I said, we have a lot of projects in the pipeline. And on top of doing 100 positive things. And with that being said, if I didn't go through all the bullshit, I wouldn't be able to speak on it. I wouldn't be where I'm at today. And I wouldn't be able to go where I'm going in the future. So I'm going to keep it right there where I have no regrets.
All right.
And that's coming from the heart.
I'll take it. All right, Goth Beauty got a double up here. First one is, was it hard to stay faithful while her husband was locked up?
Was it hard to stay faithful? Well, so we had a lot of phone sex.
Hey.
We had a lot. I was at every single visit every weekend.
Yeah, you had a busy schedule.
I had a very busy schedule. I had kids to raise. But at the end of the day, I mean, you know, I don't want to get in too crazy with it, but I mean, me and my husband, you know, I feel like we were both very fulfilled while he was in prison.
Y'all kept a healthy relationship. Okay.
Very creative.
And I'll say this for both of you, for both couples, for Peter and Viv, and I'll say it for Jay and Val, that, you know, another perspective that I got from going through this story is that at any moment, any one of y'all could have bailed on the other one and gone your own way and just took your own chance. So for whatever anybody got to say, at the end of the day, that love that I laugh about here, or the hopeless romanticism that I clown around about here, it worked.
For sure.
It was right. Y'all are still together through even more and more and more and more hardship. So it's like, what can anybody really say?
And can you imagine the 14 years that he was away? Every single visit, every single prisoner, every single inmate in there was like, oh, this bitch ain't coming next week.
Right.
And sure enough, I ended up being like, I was like a piece of furniture. I was just there all the time. Like, They could never get rid of me.
Nice. All right. And Goth's second question was, did she ever meet Emma Coronel, Chapo's wife?
No, I did not meet her or her husband. My husband had the pleasure of meeting them, but never myself. Okay. It's a little different in Mexico, you know. The wives are not going to be sitting at the table with the men, you know, making business decisions, making moves. Like, that's not how it works over there in Mexico. It's very, you know, old school, traditional. You know, it's a man's world out there, right?
Right.
So, no.
Right. You still got more time? Am I holding you up?
I got 2 more questions, and then I got to pick up my kids.
All right, here we go.
I'm a mom. At the end of the day, I'm a mother.
Yeah, absolutely. You still got to do the mama thing.
I'll tell you, one person I did meet, though, is Mencho. I met Mencho. I don't know if everyone, you know, had a chance to read the book. I know you're reading it now. But I do talk about Mencho.
Yo, if there's one you don't want to meet, it's probably that one. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I met him and his army. He's the one that actually was able to. We were kidnapped in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico, tied up, and he's the one that actually came, and he was the one that released our husbands, and he actually facilitated that whole thing. So.
That was the switcheroo when they.
You haven't gotten to that part yet, but
no, but I think we got it. We might have got to it in Surviving the Child. That's where he pulled the switcheroo and put the other 2 guys to turn over to the feds in the car.
Yes, and now he's in charge of. You know, he's a leader. He's like, they're saying, like, he's, you know,
right, that guy
most wanted. He's bigger than Chapo, and you know, whatever they say about him. But yeah. Jalisco New Generation, that's the cartel that he runs, but yeah.
Why she didn't continue in the music business after getting back to the States? But I'd figure they were busy. Y'all was busy at that time, but...
Yeah, I was in the music industry. I had a record deal with Universal Records, and we were about to sign Drake, and Jay wants to kill me to this day, where I'm like, I just want to be a wife, I want to be a mom, I don't want to do this no more, I don't want to be involved in it, because I was flying back and forth, you know, from Mexico to LA and New York and Miami to record with, with some of the biggest producers. Kanye's got stores, like biggest producers and songwriters and artists in the game, right? And I had that opportunity, and at the time, I was just like, I just want to be a mom. I just want to be a wife. I don't want to, be in that life no more. I was, I just wanted to be, I come from a very simple family.
Right.
And I know I might not be a simple person, but I have two sides to me, right? I have two sides to me. I can be, living this crazy life, but at the same time, when you're growing up, your family plants these seeds in you, and at the end of the day, you want what you had, especially me coming from me having the childhood that I had, right?
Right.
I always, cherished my parents' relationship and their simplicity, and that's something that I always wanted. And I was just going, tired of the game, whether it be the music industry or whether it be
right. You
the
was
game.
going through it at the time.
Exactly, and that it's me always in my husband's ear, like, you got to change your life. You got to change your life. We can't keep going, because I didn't want to lose him the way that I lost Kato, and somebody killing him, or I didn't want to lose him, to him going to prison for the rest of his life. Like, I knew that's what that's the only two ways out of the game.
Right.
And so, like, I was tired of that, and I just wanted something different. I wanted just to be us and just not have to go through all the bullshit that we chose to go through, right?
Right.
But
okay.
Yeah,
G-Unit chain. Yeah. What really happened to the G-Unit chain? Do you know?
Oh my goodness, everyone has a story with that G-Unit chain, which is so crazy. But yeah, of course I know. I mean, it's so crazy. I want to say something for me and 50 laugh about it. We all laugh about it. My husband definitely did get that chain back. And of course, it's funny how I read in the comments how people are like, oh, well, they weren't built for this. And they were running that city. What? Are you kidding me? Like, they were running that city at the time. And I hate to talk like this because, we're different people today.
Right.
But, like, they were the city. They had it on lock. Whatever set, like, they had it on lock. Like, they were supplying the whole city. That's what happens when you have that type of power, that type of money, right? Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, it's like they were able to make a few phone calls to whatever set that chain was sitting at, and I'll let Jay tell that story, get that chain back, and definitely get it back to 50. And it's so crazy because it's like you never realize, right, how, things happen for a reason. You never know, like, that we were setting that up back then to turn around and then end up getting the deals that we got with 50 today. So that's insane. That's a story in itself, right?
Right. But you got to pick up the kids. So, Val, I appreciate you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Man, thank you for your time. I appreciate you.
Keep doing what you're doing. Keep talking shit. I'm going to keep listening. And you're hitting it on the money, so keep doing that because you're saying shit that I can't. I'm
going to keep talking my shit. Good luck to you. Hopefully we get another chance to speak. And blessings to you and the family.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right, peace out, Val. Peace.
All right, take care.
Later. Let's get to it. Cartel Wives, Chapter 13.
Sinaloa. Olivia. Chapo had been expanding the Sinaloa cartel's reach into the United States for years. But to keep his machine going, he needed trustworthy associates who knew the U.S. drug trade inside and out. After Junior's meeting with him, Chapo realized, without question, that those men were the Flores brothers.
Mia. Chapo liked Peter and Junior's neat, tidy ledgers, especially the way the numbers added up and kept getting bigger and bigger. He marveled at the fact that Junior and Peter complemented each other. While Junior was a natural at building business relationships, Peter excelled at handling logistics. And he was thrilled that the twins had repaid him more quickly than he'd expected.
Olivia.
You got to look at it. Look at Chapo as a business owner. Chapo was just a manager at a McDonald's, and he made sure everybody did what they had to do down the chain. He's used to dealing with guys like himself. He's been dealing with guys like himself for a very long time. All of a sudden, there's these two young kids that are dealing with major amounts of paper, major amounts of work. They handle themselves in a specific manner when Jay met Chapo and tried to get these guys out, it's just a good business deal for him to look at this and see the potential in it. A different kind of animal would have just not seen the potential and disposed of them both immediately.
El Chapo knew he'd caught 2 big fish, and to reel them in, he summoned Junior and Peter to a meeting in the mountains not long after Peter came home in May 2005.
Mia, Peter was so skinny before he and Junior went to Sinaloa to meet with Chapo and Mayo.
I was just thinking that he hasn't had the chance to recover from what he just went through, and boom, back to business.
He wasn't himself at all, still squinting when the light was too bright, and waking up at all hours because of nightmares. I'd hear him cry in his sleep, and all I could do was hold him and tell him, it's going to be okay. You're home, and you're with me. I was scared for him, but I didn't try to change him. What he did for a living was hard to swallow, but quite frankly, I was so in love, I didn't care. I knew being with him meant accepting every part of him. Besides, I could have told him he'd just won the lottery and could move to Europe and be anyone he wanted to be, and it wasn't going to alter the course he was on. He was about to meet with the biggest drug lord in the world, and that was going to change everything.
Olivia, I don't think Mia realized that fully at the time, but I knew it. Once you were working with Chapo, you weren't going to say, I changed my mind, because he owned you.
That's it.
You had to do whatever you could for the Sinaloa cartel because, otherwise, you'd be shit out of luck. Chapo's people would break down your door and kill your whole family. That's why when Junior and Peter went to Culiacan for their meeting with Chapo, I was truly scared for them. I didn't want to leave Junior's side, but he insisted I wait at home. It's my job to protect you, he said. So please, stay here and just be my girl. After 3 long days, he and Peter returned, and the first picture they painted wasn't pretty.
Mia. Junior had warned Peter about the Cessna landing uphill on that big-ass mountain's dusty airstrip. However, he didn't expect they'd see what they did when they stepped out of the plane. Probably 30 feet in the distance, there was a man tied to a scrubby tree. The sun was beating down on him, and he couldn't wipe the sweat off his face because his hands were shackled behind his back. Honestly, Peter couldn't tell if he was dead or alive, and he couldn't really see his features because he had so much blood on his face. He looked about how I felt, Peter remembered.
Olivia, just like on Junior's last trip, they were escorted to Chapo's palapa by a bunch of guys wearing military garb, carrying backpacks full of grenades, and strapped with semi-automatic weapons. Junior and Peter were trying to shake off the image of the man they'd just seen, but it wasn't easy. You've got to be heartless not to feel affected when you see someone dying. But once they got to Chapo, things couldn't have been more different. His palapa was clean, cozy, and ready for business. The roof was covered in moss, and the floor was concrete, so even though the sun was beating down, it was cool inside. El Chapo was wearing a military-style hat and a cotton button-down, not a silly silk shirt like in that photo he took with Sean Penn. He never dressed like that.
It's another video we dropped that's out there, the Sean Penn, Kate de Castillo, Chapo video with the silk shirt.
He looked simple, like a rancher, not a drug lord. Instead of acting serious and skeptical, like he did when Junior had visited before, Chapo seemed happy. "It's so nice to see you," he said as he extended his hand. "Now on to business."
Mia. The mood of the meeting surprised Peter and Junior. Chapo made them feel welcome and relaxed, as if they had nothing to worry about. Chapo had the most amazing chefs. There were 4 of them who worked 15 days on and 15 days off, and they laid out a spread of fresh, homemade food. Sinaloa's on the coast, and most people from there love seafood, so there were grilled lobsters, shrimp, and oysters, plus carne asadas, fillets, T-bones, and homemade tortillas.
Boy, oh boy.
Chapo didn't really drink alcohol, so he passed Peter and Junior what he was sipping. Ice-cold glasses of agua fresca. infused with watermelon, pineapple, and strawberry.
Olivia. Eat. You're so skinny, Pedro, said Chapo. We just want you to feel at home here. Junior and Peter dug right in, then got to talking.
Mia. Peter started first. My kidnapping really changed me, senor. I almost died because of someone else's mistakes, someone else's greed. I never want to put myself in that situation again.
Understand something, too. These people, these women, were able to have whatever contact they were able to have with their husbands. So usually we'd be like, well, this is secondhand information. They're talking like they know. Well, pretty sure them dudes told them same way they're telling us right here. Let's see what Chapo's response is to, what kind of slick talk Chapo responds to Peter's suffering with.
Chapo said, I can understand that. If my brother and I are going to do business here, we're only going to work for you. We want a direct line to you, no middlemen. We can only respond for ourselves. Chapo stared at them both, and Peter couldn't stop looking at his lazy right eye. He felt like it was almost piercing right through him. There was dead silence for a minute. Then Chapo spoke up. That's absolutely fine. I'll also offer you the same prices I give my other high-level associates. Then he stood up and shook Peter and Junior's hands, a gesture that meant everything. He didn't even have to think about it. They were in, right then and there.
Olivia. The drug trade is so cutthroat. People work for years and years to get the best suppliers, the best workers, and great connections. Pretty much everyone just tries to find somewhere they can fit in, and they stay in that same place forever, making a good living but never really reaching the top. During Junior and Peter's meeting with Chapo, a handful of his associates were sitting in the room, all of whom had sweated blood and probably gotten on their hands and knees and crawled across the desert to work directly with Chapo. Like Uncle Pablo, they probably sold out their own family just to sit in that comfy, cool palapa with its huge platters of gourmet food ready for the taking. Then here come these two American boys on their first and second meeting with the boss, and suddenly they're working directly with him, no questions asked. When Chapo shook their hands, Peter and Junior looked around at the associates and could see their envy. They were standing in two lines next to Chapo, Junior, and Peter, literally on the sidelines, looking like they wanted to spit on them.
Just a whole bunch of Sammy the Bulls just lined up, but not the soft, get smacked up kind with knives and like to use them. You know what I'm saying? All standing there looking hard, hating. They walked into a lion's den.
Mia. Peter wasn't done, though. After they went through their cuentas with Chapo one more time, Peter spoke up. Senor, we've satisfied our debt to you. Chapo nodded. Yes, and you paid it fast. You charged us $10 million. As you can see from the cuentas, that's more than we owed you. True, but given the circumstances, I'm not going to argue, especially here, in your beautiful home, and with all you've done for us. I'm not going to be petty. But there's one thing you have that I want back. Chapo paused. We'll see. What's that? I want my girl's ring. It's the only thing you have that's special to me. To her. Chapo laughed. You make enough money to buy her 100 rings.
That ain't the point,
Then he
Chapo.
motioned for one of his lieutenants, whispered in his ear, and nodded his head. It's yours. You don't owe me anything for it. I'll arrange to get it back to you. And with that, Peter and Junior were dismissed.
Olivia. The next day, they flew back to Culiacan, where they were set to meet El Mayo and his son, Vicente Zambada, who handled all of Sinaloa's logistics. Two of El Mayo's other sons, Mayito Gordo and Mayito Flaco, were also there. They were called Narco Juniors because they'd been given their power by their father. Vicente and his brothers were young and hip, and they looked more like pop stars than drug lords, Vicente especially. His nickname was El Vicentillo, which translates roughly to Pretty Boy Vicente, and he was always dressed in Armani or Tom Ford suits. He was handsome, in his mid-30s with a movie star smile. In Mexico, it was unheard of for someone to have made it to the top without being born the son of a cartel boss. Yet here were these two American boys, coming out of nowhere.
Messing with the
Who
program.
have you been working with? Mayo asked. Apparently, even in the drug world, everybody needed references. We have our own organization, Junior said. We've been working with your associates for years, distributing throughout the Midwest, but we'll be working directly with you now. After hearing them out, Mayo was excited. You've got to be kidding. You've moved this much work all alone? Yes, Peter said. We've done this all ourselves. Then welcome, amigos. Mayo shook their hands.
Yeah.
Welcome to my family.
Everybody happy to be family when there's paper stacks on the end of that. That's for sure.
Mia, at the same time that Peter and Junior made the relationship with Chapo and Mayo official, they also became associates with one of Mexico's other major drug syndicate, the Beltran Leyva organization. The BLO had worked alongside the Sinaloa cartel for many years, and the two organizations gave each other work and connections. The BLO had a hierarchical structure. Its founders were the 5 Beltran Leyva brothers, and its leaders were Arturo, the boss of all bosses, Beltran, and Alfredo Mocomo Beltran Leyva. They had their lieutenants and employees below them, but they also worked with subcontractors or associates. When Junior first met with Chapo, it was Mocomo who paved the way. Well before that, the Beltran Leyvas helped Chapo's brother run the business when Chapo went to prison in 1993. Then they helped him escape in 2001. El Chapo's niece, Patricia, even married Mocomo. The two organizations were so closely intertwined that working for both wasn't a conflict for Peter and Junior. In fact, it was good for everyone. More drugs into the United States meant more money all around.
And a simple family feud could put an end to the good old days. That up, bitch.
Olivia, Peter and Junior needed more money fast. After all, they'd suffered over $3 million in losses over the past year. Peter's ransom hadn't been paid with a handshake and a pat on the back. They'd forked over almost $10 million in cash, jewelry, and properties, including both Guadalajara houses, the San Juan Ranch, Rolex, Chopard, and Cartier watches, several pairs of diamond earrings, a diamond necklace, diamond skull pendants, and Mia's promise ring from Peter.
Mia, Peter's Chicago kidnapping had put them in the red $3 million. The warehouse hit had cost $8.4 million when their worker Gustavo Campos was arrested. A theft by an associate named Pacman had chipped away $2 million. Sergio Gomez had put them out another $6.2 million, and Jerry had taken $600,000 when he left for Puerto Rico.
You gotta be making a lot of money to not smoke everybody, dog. To look at that as breakage, you gotta be making a lot of bread, dog.
The losses were all part of business, though.
Shit.
We couldn't put a price tag on our lives.
Olivia, now that they'd shaken hands with Chapo and Mayo, they were sure to make the money back. Not just that, they were ready to work their asses off to make their business grow beyond their wildest dreams.
Understand something. There's somebody right now tricking themselves off the street for $10. That $10 mean everything to him at that moment. You know what I mean? Somebody tricking themselves off the street for $50. When you losing 10, 15, 20 million in this breakage, you making some bread. Play games if you want to.
But it wasn't going to happen immediately. They'd spend most of 2005 pouring all their energy into their enterprise, preparing to see it explode. I knew that was going to change everything for them, but what I didn't fully realize was that it was going to turn our home life upside down, too. Believe me, it did. Because after Peter and Junior came back from their meetings with Chapo and Mayo, drug lords started appearing out of freaking nowhere. We met hundreds of new names and faces who were so deep in this cartel world.
Yeah, the guys.
Suddenly, there were guys driving up in Ferraris and Lamborghinis at all hours, then staying all day. None of it felt normal. Junior, Mia, Peter, and I grew up in a different culture. And sure, the cartels and our husbands were chasing the same thing, but we were Americans, not Mexican narcos. More than that, it all freaked me out. I thought, what is going on? What is our life coming to? Yet I couldn't do anything. I'd pushed for years for Junior to leave the trade, but when the cartels started coming by, I stopped asking.
That was concrete.
I knew Junior and Peter were in so deep there was no way they could get out.
Fact.
Now that doors were opening up, word was spreading, and connections were being made. So much money began pouring in that it was clear they were becoming one of Sinaloa's biggest assets. By the middle of 2005, Junior and Peter were in too deep. And when bad things started to happen in our personal lives, it became clear there was no way in hell they were getting out.
That's a lot of bread. They was in deep. Think about it. That was breakage before they had even solidified the Silk Road between Mexico and the U.S. You know what I'm saying? Before they solidified that was already breakage for them, what they was losing with all of these hits that they would take. So they sat down, they met. Listen, that wasn't their interview. That was their orientation. The interview was what they just went through. You would think that all the work that they was pushing would have got them on Chapo's radar much better than having to meet him through, I'm coming to rescue my brother from a position that some greedy old rat put him in. You would think it would have got to him, hey man, there's these guys, man, they moving a lot of work in Chicago. Oh, I should talk to them. No, it has to come through a $10 million debt and a kidnapping and trips to the mountains on a beat up Cessna driven by a 12-year-old or something, you know what I'm saying, or flown by a 12-year-old or something. So that was their interview. The way they handled that, the ledgers, the way they paid, all of that was the interview. Once they got there, it was like, all right, orientation time. Let's see how they handle this part. Come, everybody's happy because they see what the road lies ahead. It's a Silk Road of money that was up ahead. While the other guys, while everybody around them was looking at them with the hate in their eyes. You know what I'm saying? Like Robert Loggia in The Sopranos, the poker game, standing in the back, just ice grilling them with a butter knife. Guys made themselves clear. I wanna deal with you direct, because anything else is leaving me in the hands of another greedy fool that might do the same thing to me again, you know? Let's move on to chapter 14. I appreciate y'all for being here. Please hit the like button.
Olivia, when I was in middle school, I was always asking my mom permission to go out. I hung out with older girls who were allowed to go to parties all the time, but I wasn't, so I had to beg my mom whenever something came up. I'd say, "But please, Mom, tonight's gonna be the biggest, baddest party." "Maybe next time,"
Until next
she'd
week's
respond.
biggest, baddest party.
Every weekend, I'd get a new flyer advertising some huge event, waving it in front of her and say, "But it's the biggest, baddest party." Sometimes, she'd let me go and my dad would pick me up. But when she didn't, I'd act like it was the end of the world. I'd lock myself in my room and tell her, "I can't wait till I'm 18 and can move out." It pissed her off to no end then, but that's all in the past. Now, my family's favorite saying is, "It's gonna be the biggest, baddest party." A memorable celebration was exactly what Junior and I wanted for our wedding on June 12th, 2005. It was his birthday and exactly 1 year after we'd gotten engaged. The theme was all white, and I'd flown to New York City to pick out a Versace wedding dress and a Ferragamo suit for Junior. While I was shopping, I got so caught up in the moment that I bought an all-white Burberry suit for Peter, too. Junior and I planned to get married in Puerto Vallarta, right on the beach, near where we'd gotten engaged, and we'd hired an over-the-top wedding planner to put together all the details for the ceremony and reception. We'd bought hundreds of white butterflies and white doves, and we were setting up a fireworks display that would last for almost an hour. We'd flown about 100 family, friends, and associates down from Chicago, and we rented a block of rooms in the Four Seasons. We had an itinerary that lasted all weekend. We had dinner restaurants picked. We were going to go swimming with the dolphins one afternoon. There was the wedding, and then the reception. It was going to be the biggest, baddest party anyone had ever seen. Then, 2 days before it was set to start, with everyone checked into their hotel suites and me back in our beach house going over last-minute details, Junior walked in with a look of dread on his face. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Peter wants us to cancel the wedding." "What the hell do you mean?" At that point, he might as well have asked me to stop being pregnant. The train had left the station as far as I was concerned. I was sure Peter was just jealous because he was too much of a pussy to ask me to marry him. Or maybe he was feeling so sorry for himself that he just couldn't stand to see his brother happy.
Damn.
I didn't mean any of this. I loved Peter, but I was still pissed. He just heard that a lot of guys on the street in Chicago have been talking about our wedding, and now he has a bad feeling in his gut, Junior said. What if one of them decides to tell on us? We're fugitives, remember? He took me in his arms. I want nothing.
Yes, please. Please. Stop inviting people to the party, man. Especially people from home. Like, listen, there was no internet back then. I mean, there was internet, but there was no, you couldn't watch them live on YouTube. But now everybody didn't have to be there. Everybody in Mexico probably needed to be there. But all the criminals, everybody else that was on the run, they was allowed to be there. But bringing people from home, it's a bad look.
Nothing more than to marry you this weekend, Liv. But I can't just think of myself. I'll be jeopardizing my brother, too. He can go fuck himself. I don't think I'd ever felt so hurt. Junior might as well have left me standing at the altar in my wedding dress, with my pregnant belly sticking out for everyone to see.
The drama.
I stood in front of him with my arms crossed, looking like I wanted to kill someone. And then I started thinking, what if I'm in the middle of saying my vows, and the feds bust in and drag Junior and Peter out in handcuffs?
There it is.
I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. What if my poor mom and dad, who've flown all the way from Chicago, and my teenage son, who's gone through so much in his life, are caught in the middle of a sting? As hard as we'd tried to swear our friends to secrecy, one of them might have let something slip. I realized right then I was being selfish. Junior and Peter's situation sucked, but it was a part of my life now. But how was I going to tell my family and friends? I still hadn't revealed to my parents what Junior did for a living. I wanted so badly for my dad to see what I saw in Junior, and if he knew Junior was a fugitive, he'd never see past that.
So you juggling a million lion-ass plates right there, man. That's a lot. They don't know the game. They don't know y'all on the run. And they're coming to a fugitive wedding. And that's a situation for your father. Father or not, you think, he a cop. Probably father first. But I'm sure he don't want to come to no fugitive wedding. And that, like you said, if they would have busted up in there, the cat would have been out the bag. I wonder when the cat did end up out the bag. I wish I'd have asked that question.
I thought about it and decided I'd do what any woman in my shoes would do. I'd continue lying to all of them. Junior's dad got into a really bad car accident, I announced in front of everyone at dinner the night before my wedding. And we have to cancel our wedding. Junior had to go back to San Juan. As I stood there, alone, with hundreds of eyes just staring at my little belly, I don't think I'd ever felt so ashamed and humiliated. I couldn't hold it together, and I started bawling my eyes out. I've never been one to feel sorry for myself, but at that moment, I didn't just pity myself. I felt bad for my baby, too. All I ever wanted was to be happily married, to have a family, and most importantly, to have stability for them. Yet here I was, canceling my wedding because my husband-to-be was a fugitive. Our magical weekend came and went, and by Monday, everyone started leaving Mexico one by one. My immediate family stayed, though. They'd taken extra time off work and decided to make a vacation out of it. Suddenly, I had an idea. and I ran into our beach house where Junior and Peter were hiding out. Guys, what if we have the wedding on Wednesday? My family's still here, and the wedding planner could make it happen. It'll just be smaller.
Bruh.
It's brilliant, Junior said, and he
Genius.
broke out in this great big smile. Peter wasn't convinced, though. We're still not safe. They could still find us. From the look on my face, anyone could see I was upset. I couldn't believe I still had to convince Peter. I'd even started doubting if he wanted me to marry his twin brother. Maybe he didn't think I was good enough for him?
Women, take this one. Maybe he just thought that somebody could have let the address go or let the information out and it can get hit by... Maybe that was just it. That's what he said he was. That's the problem with us as humans. We go looking for another answer. If it's not the answer that serves us or that we think should be the answer, we go looking for another answer. The answer was he felt like it could have been compromised. Period. People, not just ladies, people. He gave you the answer. The answer was what the answer was. The second way, the way you had that wedding set up where it was small and it was just the people in Mexico, that's something that you should have just done from the jump. This whole big ball that you was having with people from the shy that don't even know y'all on the run, that's bananas.
Maybe he wanted someone gentler and softer, someone more like Mia? I didn't know why he couldn't see that I loved Junior, that we wanted to be married more than anything, and that we weren't going to take no for an answer.
None of that.
Luckily,
none of that.
I'd already thought through Peter's concerns. If the feds didn't show up yesterday, I said, they're obviously not coming. Yeah, he finally admitted. I guess you're right. 2 days later, our wedding turned out even more beautiful than I imagined it would be. We moved everything to a 12-bedroom luxury estate in Punta Mita, which was on an exclusive beach called Los Ranchos on the outskirts of Puerto Vallarta. The house was right next door to the estate of Joe Francis, the guy who created Girls Gone Wild and where the Kardashians now vacation. The beach estate was completely draped with white orchids. The pool had floating candles in it, with white swans swimming all around. All the mariachis dressed in white, and Peter and Mia gifted us 2 white dancing horses, which we took pictures with on the beach in front of the breathtaking gazebo. Samantha and Sasha were the flower girls, dressed in white, of course. Xavier was the ring bearer, Peter was the best man, and my sister was the maid of honor. Junior wrote the most beautiful vows that melted my heart, and we released 2 white doves to represent eternal love. Our guests released hundreds of white butterflies, and it literally looked like it was snowing. After dinner, Peter asked for the mic, and I held my breath. Peter could be unpredictable, and after what we'd been through over the weekend, I wasn't sure how he even felt about me. But he called us over to him, then looked us both in the eyes and started talking. Today, I am not losing my brother. I am gaining a sister, he said as he turned to me. Liv, thank you for being so good to Junior.
Viste.
Hearing those words,
Ya cállate.
I didn't just breathe a sigh of relief.
Be quiet,
I felt
see?
true joy. I realized he'd just been worried.
He loves you.
I'd be paranoid too, I thought, if I'd gone through half the shit he has. That night, we had the time of our lives. We were so blessed to have our children there, both our families, and only our closest friends. I was so happy it was just the people we cared about. It was beautiful and intimate. And I realized it didn't have to be the biggest, baddest party.
Period.
It was perfect just because I married Junior.
That's how it needed to be. But you probably could have left your family at home because, you put them in a position. Now, here's what I'm surprised about. I'm surprised nobody in the town came, and I'm sure they heard the rumors, and her parents couldn't. Either one of their parents, ain't no dummies there. They knew what was going on. They just refused to see it until they was forced to see it, I guess, because she was juggling them lion-ass plates from what we're reading here, from what we're hearing here.
Mia, I'm not a twin, so I can't say exactly how it must be to be that close to someone. But when Peter toasted Junior and Olivia, I witnessed something really profound. Honestly, if Junior and Peter hadn't had me and Olivia in their lives, I think they would be just as happy with each other, alone. They aren't just identical. They're practically the same person. It was hard for Peter to watch his brother get married, though. He was still paranoid and damaged from the kidnapping, and I think he was worried that Olivia was somehow taking his place. Sure, he and Junior had lived apart and had relationships and kids that took them away from each other, but this time, it felt final. Still, Peter knew that Olivia was the most perfect woman in the world for Junior, and because of that, he was truly happy for him. Seeing Junior so lucky made him lucky. I hoped I could make him feel half as good someday. With my promise ring back on my finger, Peter had made it clear it was what he wanted too. I knew we'd be engaged soon, and it was what I wanted more than anything. I longed for the same happiness and commitment Olivia and Junior felt at their wedding.
Olivia. Peter and Mia were the most madly in love couple in the room that night, aside from me and Junior, of course. I remember seeing them dance all night, looking at each other like they were the only people on earth. Even if Peter was sad because he was giving his brother up, he was getting something too, and that was Mia.
Mia. Peter had never promised me anything. Even when he gave me my promise ring, he didn't say, "We're going to be together forever." Knowing everything he'd been through, I realized he didn't want to lie to me, because this life had no guarantees. Everyone I'd ever dated had sold me a pack of lies, but not Peter. He refused to even promise me a future. And to most girls that would be depressing, but I needed that honesty. That summer, in 2005, Peter got better day by day, even though he still had nightmares. He was terrified of being in Guadalajara, since Uncle Pablo knew where we lived. So
you would think Uncle Pablo got dealt with already. You know what I'm saying? Evidently, he had not. Yeah, man, he went through a lot. That's a lot. That don't just go away overnight. And again, if his brother was getting married, I mean, you got a girl too, bro. Everybody happy, man.
Peter started pressing Olivia and Junior to move from there to be with us, and we took some time off to scout different cities to live in. Finally, the four of us decided to move into our beach house in Puerto Vallarta. All through October, Peter and I walked on the beach every single night. It wasn't humid, so you could let the breeze blow past you and never get sticky. The sea turtles were laying their eggs, so we had to be careful not to step on them as we tiptoed through the sand. One evening, we were strolling hand in hand, looking for eggs one minute and staring up at the stars the next. Suddenly, Peter fell to the ground. "Are you okay?" I asked.
Gotcha.
Then I realized he was on one knee. "Mia, I love you more than anything in this world," he said. "Will you marry me?" Without pausing for 1 second to look at the massive ring he was holding, I screamed, "Yes!" "I don't want to wait," he said. "I want to do it as soon as possible." We didn't waste any time. We spent the next 2 months planning the wedding of our dreams, a black tie beach ceremony. My parents hadn't visited us yet, and this was going to be their first time seeing my new world. Even though I talked to them all the time, I still hadn't told them the truth about what Peter did. But they had their suspicions.
I'm sure
they just didn't want me to turn away from them, so they never pressed me on it. Instead, they'd say things to me like, "Just be safe. You have to be careful all the time." I always wanted them to see me happy, to see how wonderful my life was going to be, so every detail of my wedding was important to me. To Peter, too. I'd never seen him so excited. We couldn't wait to be married forever. And on December 10th, 2005, we were ready to say I do.
Do y'all remember how this ended? Poor Peter, boy. Buddy can't catch a break. All right? He went over there, tried to shut down the wedding. Barely shut down the wedding. It turned into a wedding anyway. Now it's his turn to get married. And if y'all in the chat, y'all remember where this went, I'm not going to say nothing. Because if you haven't experienced it yet, she probably tell it better than Surviving El Chapo did. We'll see.
Olivia, I was about to pop, scheduled to have a C-section in 10 days. But that wasn't going to stop me from helping out as much as I could. Mia wanted to have a traditional wedding, you know, the whole big white Cinderella dress thing, and it was going to be amazing. She ordered a ton of orchids from Colombia, and they were everywhere. On the tables in the ballroom where the reception would be, decorating the gazebo on the beach where they'd say their vows, and scattered on the high tops where they'd have their cocktail hour. There was a violinist trying to figure out the best place on the beach to stand, and about 3 mariachi bands filing into the ballroom, which was draped top to bottom in satin sheets. I was waddling around, thinking to myself, holy shit, this makes our wedding look like a beach party. Then I decided to go back to our house to see if Mia needed anything. I made it into her bedroom after what felt like 20 minutes, and she was sitting on the bed in her wedding dress, sobbing. Peter was nowhere in sight. Oh my God, what's wrong? The wedding's off. Mia could hardly get the words out. What do you mean? Mia was a mess, crying and holding this balled-up tissue that she was dabbing her face with so she wouldn't ruin her makeup. They're being extorted. Peter's off dealing with it now, and I don't know when he'll be back.
Mia, the whole situation was a fucking disaster. But honestly, we should have seen it coming. What happened? Let me start at the beginning with the players involved. We had a chef named Luis at our Puerto Vallarta house, and I'd never trusted him. When you're in the presence of a person who isn't wholesome or genuine, you feel it, and that was the case with this guy. He hadn't ever done anything to me, but I still hated him. He was so proud, walking around all day in his cordon bleu smock, and I didn't want him cooking my food. I didn't even like looking at him.
Damn.
I'd been so close to begging Peter to fire him 100 times, but I had no proof of anything, so I'd backed off. Peter had spoiled me so rotten that I had a tendency to be a brat sometimes. And I'd finally come to my senses and decided I'm not going to be like that anymore. I'm a grown woman and I'm going to act like one. We also had a property management company, because that's what you do when you have a huge beach house and you're not there all the time. They cut your grass, they water your trees, and apparently they cozy up to your staff, including your backstabbing chef. A few weeks before
She smelled that chef.
for our wedding, Peter had to go to the immigration office to get the proper documentation necessary for our marriage license. While he was there, he noticed a customs agent sizing him up. Peter thought he recognized him, but he wasn't sure who it could be. He brushed it off and came home. It turns out the customs agent's side job was working for our property management company, and he'd been tipped off by Luis that Peter was coming by for a permit. The chef knew that Peter wasn't clean, so he pressed the agent to do a little research, and sure enough, he discovered Junior and Peter were fugitives. What do you do with wanted men? You either call the United States and ship their asses back, or you extort money from them. On the morning of our wedding, I was standing in my room in my wedding dress, looking at myself in the mirror. I was thinking, this is absolutely the best day of my life.
Damn, while her husband and her brother-in-law getting shook down.
The man of my dreams, who treats me like a queen and loves me as much as I love him, is going to be my husband. I'm going to be by his side for the rest of my life. Then, suddenly, I overheard men talking loudly right outside my door. They were angry, and their voices were getting really loud, like they were about to start fighting. I couldn't figure out what the hell could be going on, so I peeked out the door with my huge Cinderella dress wedged right in next to me. I saw Peter standing there with 2 Mexican customs agents in full uniform. Right next to them was that piece of shit chef, Luis. "Stay in the room," Luis said, glaring at me. "Stay in there." He slammed the door shut in my face. I was too shocked even to be upset. I just knew that something bad was happening if 2 customs agents were there, so I had to think fast. I grabbed Peter's briefcases, which held all his ledgers, and scooped up all the phones that were sitting around the room. My dress probably weighed 30 pounds, but I moved fast. I ran into the bathroom, propped myself up on the vanity, and lifted up the window. There were a few huge bushes on the side of the house right below me, and I opened up the briefcases and began dumping
cleaning up shop in a wedding dress
out all the ledgers, phones, and anything else that was in there. Then I ran back to the door, my dress flopping all around me, opened it, and saw the customs agent holding a wanted photo that looked like it had been printed off the internet. Peter and Junior's faces were right there on it, one right next to the other. I slammed the door and stood there in disbelief. This is it, I thought. Peter's going to prison on our wedding day. Through my heaving and gasping, I could hear what was happening outside. "Give us $1 million or the U.S. Marshals are coming for both of you," said the customs agent. "We'll take it in increments," added Luis. Even though I was practically hysterical, I saw right through their bullshit. Yeah, right, I said to myself. When they get a taste of even just a little bit of that money, they'll be back for more. And they'll keep coming back forever. Peter sounded furious, but he was measured. "Look," he said, "I'll give you $100,000 now, and the rest when I get back to Guadalajara." He paused. "It's my wedding day, and I have to pay for everything, so just let me get married, and I'll give you the money later in the week." When everything got really quiet, I knew a deal had been struck.
Back up off my wedding,
Just like that, another $1 million was gone. And so was Peter.
Olivia, while I was sitting on the bed with Mia, holding her and telling her everything was going to be okay, I really believed there was no way Peter would make it back in time. They're getting married in an hour, I thought. This shit has to wrap up fast. I didn't tell Mia, but I wasn't sure Peter was really thinking things through either. I mean, he'd canceled my wedding just by a thought, and now here he was, being extorted an hour before his wedding, and everything was just going to be okay? In my mind, he was putting himself and Junior at risk. Too big a risk. But remembering the nightmare I'd gone through...
Why? Because he's giving him the bread and continuing his wedding? I don't know what he should have done, or maybe I'm reading it wrong.
I couldn't stand to have Mia experience something similar. I just didn't have it in my heart to dash her hopes, so I kept my mouth shut. Luckily, I was wrong. About half an hour later, Junior walked into the room, looked at both of us sitting on the bed, and smiled. "It's settled," he said. Mia let out a little gasp. "Where's Peter?" "He's outside. Let's go. We have a wedding to attend."
Sheesh.
Then he pulled Mia up to his right side
Party
and
time.
me to his left side. All together, linking arms, we walked away.
Mia. Regardless of everything that happened, Peter and I had the wedding of our dreams. Our night was filled with nothing but love and happiness, and we partied into the morning hours. When my family talks about that weekend, they always say it was the most beautiful wedding we've ever been to. As for me, I wasn't just happy because I had a fairy tale wedding with my handsome prince. I was over the moon because I became Mrs. Flores.
There it is. All them parties, boy. All them parties, all them beautiful weddings, nice cars. Got all them haters out there with their hands out. Talking about come get some. So that was chapter 14. It was all weddings and paranoia and paying attention and getting shook down. Big money was part of their calling card, but now they were in Mexico, and the haters over there are probably even... All haters are universal, but they're probably a little bit different in Mexico. Especially those guys in those positions with those badges and the guys without badges. And it's a rough game to play. And when they see you with your safe open, they on your ass. "Oh, you getting married today, bro? Cool. Yeah, run that. Hand out." They said, "We'll take increments, but we need that $1 million." Peter was like, "Yo, I'm getting married today. Take this and get out my face, man. Get off my beach." In a world where your data is the product, best move is to disappear. That's why I use NordVPN. Military-grade encryption, blazing fast servers, and access to content blocked in my region. Whether you're streaming, working, or just browsing, NordVPN makes sure that you're anonymous and safe. Go to nordvpn.com/ILL or click the link in the description for huge discounts. Lock your privacy in before someone locks you out. Right now, we're going to go into Chapter 15 of Cartel Wives. Last week, we had weddings on Cartel Wives, 13 and 14. Weddings that got shut down, weddings that got extorted, all of the above, but everybody got married. Everybody was happy. I don't know if they were both pregnant at the time, but I know Val was pregnant. Here we go. Chapter 15. No matter what the book says, the book is lying. We on chapter 15.
Chapter 13. Margarito Sr.
Uh-oh.
Olivia. My pregnancy had been totally healthy and uneventful, but in Mexico, doctors and hospitals will do anything to make more money, so they'd persuaded me to have a C-section. Junior and I had scheduled the birth of our baby for December 19th, 2005, and we were so excited that we went nuts getting ready for it. I bought Junior a Louis Vuitton backpack to use as a diaper bag, matching the man bag he used to carry all his cell phones. In my suitcase, I packed a Burberry sleeper and matching hat, bib, and blankie. The night before we left for the hospital, Junior asked our housekeeper to wash all of my sheets and blankets so they smelled like Downy and to clean the baby's things with Dreft. He wanted to make sure we were comfortable. Everything surrounding Brandon's birth was our happiest time, and as Junior looked me in the eyes, he reminded me why he fell in love with me and how much he loved me. As the nurses laid our beautiful boy on my chest, we were overwhelmed with joy. He looks like an angel sent from God, I thought, and when Junior picked up Brandon and held him in his arms, I realized. Junior has the sweetest, gentlest soul, and he's given me my beautiful son. In return, I've given him the gift of knowing what a beautiful family is. Right at that moment, I finally let go. With Junior, I didn't need to guard my heart. I trusted him, and I stopped caring about his job. I stopped wanting to give him a hard time. He'll change when the time is right, I thought. He's given me his word, and I believe him. A few days later, we were home, and it was time to celebrate Christmas as a family.
Mia. Christmas Eve was 5 days after Brandon was born, but Olivia still wanted to host a big family dinner. She and Junior had put up a massive tree and placed white lights all over.
Val, enough with the parties. Enough with the big weddings and the parties, all right? Stop it. Quiet around the fire, family. That's it. Shout out, things like a kingpin in the chat. He said, I hope they call you to participate in the documentary. That'd be nice. That would be nice. I highly doubt it, though. If Charlie listens to me, especially after she hears this episode, she'll be like, nah.
Over their house, which lit up the whole block. They'd wrapped all their presents and decorated every inch of their place with something Christmassy. It was my first Christmas as a newlywed, and honestly, Peter and I would have stayed in bed all day if we could have. But Olivia had gone all out, and I knew she'd make it the best Christmas ever.
Olivia. Family gatherings are a huge deal in my family, especially to my mom. She has 7 brothers and sisters, and every year, she cooks for all of them and invites them, their kids, and their grandkids over. Honestly, I don't remember a holiday without at least 50 people in our house. Mom still takes photos at all our get-togethers and creates albums from them, which she gives to each of us at Christmas. I sometimes tease her saying, "You didn't pick the prettiest pictures of me." But I'm kidding. I love and admire her so much for how she holds her family together, how she shows us what family is all about, and I've always wanted to do the same in my home. Especially on my first Christmas with my brand new son. I'd bought everything we needed for dinner, then lined up the ingredients in rows in the refrigerator and pantry. We were about to sit down to an American feast of turkey, ham, potato salad, yams, mashed potatoes and gravy, and
Jam,
6
potatoes,
different
tomatoes.
desserts. After 2 weddings that year, this was our first official Christmas as the Flores family, and I wanted it to be the happiest we'd ever remember. No one was in jail. No one had been kidnapped in months, and there was nothing to do but celebrate the season.
Hey, that's all you could ask for.
Mia. Peter and I were holding Brandon every second he wasn't eating, and Junior's girls, Samantha and Sasha, kept staring at him and saying he looks like a doll. Everyone was there. Xavier, Adrian, and Daniela, Daniela's son and daughter, all of Junior and Peter's sisters and their families. And of course, there were my in-laws, who in many ways I was still learning to understand. My father-in-law was so traditional. He thinks a wife should be home, barefoot, pregnant, and cooking. So he was beyond happy Liv had been prepping dinner all night and cooking all day, even though she'd had a C-section less than a week before.
Damn.
He kept talking about it, and pretty quickly, it got irritating. I had to say something. She's done a lot more in her life than just cook, you know. But she's roasting a turkey when she can hardly stand. Olivia had produced records, had a kid when she was 15, and lived through a husband getting murdered. And yet cooking that damn dinner was the most impressive thing she'd ever done.
Amongst other things. I mean, the old man, I don't know if you knew, but you gotta give her the credit. She was locked up and she did some shit. More than just have a baby, I guess.
So much of the time I thought my father-in-law was completely inappropriate, and he could drive anyone crazy. He wasn't at all like my dad, who was genuinely caring and always warm. I wasn't sure I'd ever really feel comfortable with him, but like everything in Peter's world, I was going to accept him because I loved my husband. I'd started to realize my father-in-law was smart, though. I knew where Peter got his brains from. He didn't use his intelligence for the right things, but he could be impressive. I remember meeting with a real estate agent in Guadalajara when I first moved there. Senor had his little notebook out, something he always carried, writing down everything he wanted to know about real estate. He asked, "So, you might list this property at a low price in order to start a bidding war?" "Sí, senor." Then my father-in-law opened up his notebook and took notes. He hadn't made it through middle school, but no matter who he was talking to, he wanted to learn from them. He wasn't affectionate, but he had a lot of good qualities.
There's those people, man. Can't put a book in front of them. They ain't trying to hear it with a book. They ain't trying to hear it with a teacher. But they'll pick it up from experience. Pick up everything from experience. People don't even know they're giving them game, but they're giving them game. Shout out P.I. Black. He said she been through more than a lot of dudes in the hood, yeah. And was all right with going to cook. You know what I'm saying? Like, she cooking, bro. But again, he's an old-fashioned dude. That was the feat that was amazing to him. That was, you know what I'm saying? She just pushed the baby out. Now she's over there making this turkey happen. You know what I mean? Had a low line for her to hit. You know what I mean?
He just happened to be in the wrong business, and he never failed to make bad decisions.
Olivia, my father-in-law was never careful. He lived in this little town in the middle of nowhere, and he had a beautiful ranch with waterfalls, 10 horses, and all kinds of roosters for cockfights. He was obviously the richest guy for miles, yet he refused to have security. "No one's going to touch me here," he'd say. "I know everyone." Gambling was his thing. It made him feel alive, and he loved flashing his money around. In San Juan, there was this little place in the center of town where people would go play cards and dominoes, and he'd walk in with $50,000 in cash. Then on weekends, he'd go to the horse races and bet $100,000 to $200,000 easy, and not care if he lost it. "You can't do that," Peter and Junior would say, "and you can't go out alone. Take security, take a friend, just protect yourself." But he didn't listen. He wanted to do what he wanted to do, and no one could tell him otherwise.
Mia, the day after Christmas, my father-in-law left Guadalajara to go home to San Juan. It was commonly known that he had another family there, a second wife, and 3 little kids, but none of us ever talked about it openly.
Oh.
Not a single person in the family or town approved of it, but we all just didn't want to discuss it. Sometimes before bed, though, Peter would begin to talk about it out of nowhere. "Why does he do this to my mom?" he'd ask. I had no answer. I wondered the same thing myself.
That's a wrinkle we ain't heard before. Now, I heard a rumor about it. Somebody that was telling me about the book, that they had already read the book. They were like, yeah, there's things in the other thing that we don't know about, that we didn't hear about. I wonder if that had something to do with him going back.
I had no answer. I wondered the same thing myself. He and my mother-in-law, Amelia, had been married since she was just a teenager. And oh my God, did they fight about it when it came up. My father-in-law would be gone for a night or two, staying with his other family, and when he'd come shuffling in with his walker, my sweet mother-in-law would become another person and let him have it.
Okay.
She'd scream, "Where were you?" "I was at the gambling hall." She'd rail at him. He'd ignore her.
Okay, she wasn't no punk. She didn't just quietly, say, hey, it is what it is. She accepted a lot of other things. She knew what she had, who she had. That was her family. It's what it was. To stay out of it, right? But when it came to this, she wasn't going to turn a blind eye, so she wasn't no punk.
And then an hour later, she'd come out of her room, make him breakfast, iron his clothes, and take him shopping.
It is what it is.
Every time I'd see them together, I'd think, why does he do this shit? And why does she put up with it?
Olivia, I hated that he hurt my mother-in-law. She was a wonderful woman. The kind of mother I wanted to be. Junior and Peter worked all night, so sometimes we'd all go to her house at 3 a.m., and she'd wake up with a smile on her face and cook us a full 5-course meal like it was 3 in the afternoon. She was always so warm and loving. Watching her really helped me soften up. But not when it came to my father-in-law's other family, and especially not when he walked out the day after Christmas to be with them. I told him exactly how I felt, and trust me, I had no filter.
He probably didn't care.
Mia. Not long after my father-in-law left, Olivia was resting, and Peter and I were sitting with Junior, who was doting on Brandon. I was amazed at what a great father he'd become instantly, effortlessly. Then, one of Peter's phones rang, and when he answered it and started talking, he looked grim. "Oh no, I can't believe it." "What happened?" asked Junior. "Dad's been kidnapped. He was walking through town with his 3-year-old son and someone grabbed them both."
"Oh, no."
"Fuck," Junior said. "It was only a matter of time. We told him not to go back to San Juan alone." It was true. Walking around flashing money with no security, you might as well have a target on your chest. "We have to leave now," said Peter. "Whoever got them might be after us, too."
Olivia. It had taken me a month to make sure Brendan's nursery was perfect before he was born. And when we brought him home from the hospital, our home felt so warm. But in our family, you couldn't have something happy occur without some sort of tragedy involved. In Mexico, we knew we might have to give up everything and leave at any given moment, so I taught myself to detach and stop caring about material things.
Got to.
Our safety was our #1 priority, and our family always had to come first. When Peter and Junior said we had to leave the house, all I could think about was my father-in-law and his son tied up God knows where.
Wildin'.
It was devastating to me.
Not just the old man and a 3-year-old. Wildin'. Like she said, it's been a couple of months and nobody got kidnapped. Like, stranger than fiction, man.
To all of us, and I knew we had no other choice. We decided we'd check into a hotel. Unfortunately, since it was Christmas time, everything was booked, so we ended up at this cheap motel a few miles away. The whole gang piled into a few rooms. My mother-in-law, Junior and Pete's sister, Xavier, Junior's girls, Peter's daughter, Sophia, Adrian, Daniela and their kids, Peter and Mia, and me, Junior, and our less than 1-week-old baby. I'm a germaphobe, to the point that I used to make our housekeepers clean the bottom of our shoes with Clorox every day. And I remember looking around that nasty place thinking, oh my God, I can't be here. This hotel is not sterile enough for my newborn baby.
Mia. We huddled up in that flea bag hotel for days, all crowded together. Peter was a wreck, mostly because he'd lived through 2 kidnappings and knew what these monsters were capable of.
Right.
He'd pace around the room, wringing his hands, looking like he was putting his thoughts together but going completely crazy at the same time. What kind of people would kidnap a baby? He'd say.
Dirtbags.
I'd just shake my head. I don't know, Peter. But all we can do is wait. Around the 2nd day, one of the kidnappers called Peter. Peter had designated a particular phone for them, with a dedicated line. It was a silver flip phone with caller ID on it, pretty basic for 2005, and when that thing lit up that morning, and once every day after that, my stomach would start to hurt. We were convinced that the baby and my father-in-law were dead. Peter was on the call for a few minutes, with a full-on serious look that I'd seen a million times before. He looked 24, going on 60. When he finally got off, he didn't seem relieved, even though he had good news. They're alive, he said. Thank God, I said. Why don't you look happy? The kidnapper wants $6.5 million.
Damn!
He sounds like he does this for a living.
As does everybody else that came and hit y'all for some money, from what it seemed like. That was Saul's living. Them federales. These guys, 6.5.
I was confused. Why does that matter? Because this is not just some random rich guy getting grabbed off the street for a ransom. The kidnapper's a professional. He knows what he's doing, and he wants me to be afraid of him. To tell you the truth, I am. Junior was all business, basically ignoring his brother's feelings. What else? He wants me to refer to him as Comandante. He wants to be the boss, to be in total control. And he keeps calling whoever ordered the kidnapping the old man. The old man? Junior kept pushing. Anyway, anything else?
Oh, no.
Peter paused. They say they're going to dismember the baby if we don't act fast.
Damn. Who's the old man, y'all? Tell me in the chat. I know y'all know who the old man. There's only one old man it could be. Damn. He said, call me Comandante. Call me El Commendatore. We want 6.5, and we're going to do something crazy to this baby. Wildin'. Pinche Tío Lupe, man. Tío Lupe is wildin' all over again. Damn. Chapo it was already Chapo's business to take care of Tío Lupe, man. Because this is crazy. He over here talking about what he's going to do to babies.
I thought I was going to throw up right then.
And Lupe's supposed to be like a brother to him. Lupe's like his uncle. But this is the 2nd time. Lupe already snatched up Peter and held Peter. This is how they got to Chapo. They had to go to Chapo to rescue Peter from Lupe. Lupe has been on this thing. So boom, he had to give up Peter. And in the same process, he looked back to Chapo because Chapo knows he's lying now. And still in the mix of all that, he want to come snatch up the father. That's how deep his vendetta go. And he still owed Chapo. Chapo probably told him, listen, brother, I know what you did, but you still here, but I need that money. You know what I'm saying? Which is probably what he's doing again. He's trying to get 6.5 to finish up that debt. And he's using his familia, his friends. I think the Lupe connection comes through the father, so that makes it, not that it's even worse, because you already snatched up my son one time. Pete was genuinely in the story, genuinely worried about this dude when he got snatched because he thought they snatched him too. He didn't know that dude snatched him. Also in the chat said, who needs enemies with family like that? Absolutely. PR Black said that's the first person he asked about. First person Peter asked about, how's Lupe? And then this guy is just, he's their villain, man. He's the villain of like the first act of their movie.
I didn't know that people actually did things like that. Torturing a child? In my world, that stuff didn't happen. In 2005, there weren't movies about cartels, so I hadn't heard of all of the awful things they'd do before they'd kill people. I'd never considered that anyone, anywhere would even think about cutting up a child.
Demonetization.
Olivia, at that second, my world came crashing down again.
Yeah, I bet.
I'd dreamed of stability, and I thought when I had Brandon, everything just might be normal. Junior and I finally had it all, 2 daughters and 2 sons. It was like our little family was complete. But right then, hearing about that poor baby, my life just turned upside down.
Mia. From that moment on, Peter and Junior spent almost every day, all day, talking about the kidnapping. They quickly realized that the kidnapper was giving them clues. The nickname, Old Man, was strange. The ransom amount seemed off. $6.5 million is such a precise number, almost too exact. Most kidnappers ask for $10 million or some other nice round figure. $6.5 million obviously stood for something. It had to. The one person who could find out was Chapo. He practically ran Mexico, and nothing went down without him knowing.
I feel like we heard that the number seems awkward. I feel like we heard that about another ransom situation in the same story. I don't know if we heard it from Surviving El Chapo or we heard it here. But again, to them it sounds weird again. Yeah, it sounds like capping something off.
If Peter and Junior were going to get to the bottom of it, they had to fly to the mountains to see him. My husband and brother-in-law each packed a small bag and decided to head out the next morning for Culiacan. They weren't going to be gone long. They were just as worried about me and Olivia as they were about their dad. Before Peter walked out the door, he looked at me and said, "Mia, I think you should go somewhere. If this ends badly, I don't want you to be here." "I'm not going anywhere. I'm waiting for you." "Then I'll call the second I get there. I'm so sorry. This is not what I want for you. This is not the honeymoon you deserve." "Peter, it's okay," I said, lying to him. But it wasn't okay. I wasn't okay. I was sitting in a dirty hotel, realizing that loving Peter, that being married to him, wasn't just about accepting his lifestyle.
It's a lot.
It was about living through all its terrible moments, over and over and over. He kissed me hard on the lips and walked out the door. I knew he'd be fine, but for the first time since our wedding, my ideal world shattered, and I thought, why are we living like this?
Olivia, they weren't gone long, but the meeting was productive. El Chapo told them a lot more than they expected. He revealed that back in May, Uncle Pablo had dodged a meeting he was supposed to have with him.
Oh, Tío Lupe.
When the boss sends for you, you don't ignore it.
Uh-oh.
So Chapo declared Pablo his enemy and decided to tap his phone and keep him under surveillance.
Damn.
Mia. Months later, Pablo's $6.5 million debt to Chapo went unpaid. Then, Peter and Junior's dad was kidnapped under incredibly suspicious circumstances and with a $6.5 million ransom demand. While Chapo couldn't confirm that Pablo was the kidnapper, he strongly suspected he was, and he ordered Peter and Junior not to pay the kidnappers 1 penny until he investigated.
Damn right, because he don't want he need them to pay him that money for whatever they got to pay him that money for. Don't go giving this money over here because I ain't waiting another day for my bread. All right, so don't give him nothing. Let me look into this.
Olivia, the kidnapper had to be Uncle Pablo. Goddamn Pablo, who'd taken Peter not even 7 months before, had snatched his dad and his baby to pay back a $6.5 million debt he owed the Sinaloa cartel.
Wow.
That man would stop at nothing.
Mia, Chapo hadn't just ordered Junior and Peter not to pay a ransom. He'd also told us we should go back home and that he'd send someone to check on us. That person was his main sicario, or hitman, whose name was Rambo.
Y'all remember
Olivia.
Rambo? So Rambo was the character that was kind of Luca Brasi, I guess. She didn't like him, and one of my big complaints was she shouldn't have known that much about him. She skeeved him, I guess, for what she knew about him. You know what I'm saying? And I think she shouldn't have known that about him. And she would have had no reaction. He would have come off the same way he came off to everybody else that he was around under regular circumstances.
When you're the most powerful man in Mexico, you're going to have some pretty ruthless people working for you. The most dangerous of all of them was Rambo. Rambo looked like he was in his late 40s or early 50s. He was stocky and light-skinned, with super short hair and a mustache. He was always on edge, very serious, especially about his operations. As I got to know him, I could tell he didn't really trust anyone because when a new person came around, he started to actually look like a hitman, like deadly serious. Yet around Peter and Junior, he'd crack jokes. Anyone felt comfortable around them.
Mia. A few days after Peter and Junior got home, Rambo showed up with a group of men. Peter led them to the back of our house, and Junior sent Olivia and me to pick up dinner for everyone. When we got back with the food, we walked into the kitchen, which was full of about 20 sicarios, dressed head to toe in military gear. Laid out neatly on the table were the kinds of weapons I'd only seen in movies. High-capacity automatic weapons, rounds of ammo, cartridges stacked up 10 high, and grenades.
They was ready for Tio Lupe. Tio Lupe, come get some. If you want to come get some, come get some.
Scattered on the island. The men looked like they were ready for battle, and it made me sick to my stomach. This is not who Peter and Junior are, I thought to myself.
You gotta get over
that. It's one thing for us to have security. They're there for protection. But it's another to see an army of assassins. I realized right then that the cartels were about way more than making money.
You didn't hear what they said they was gonna do to that baby? Get it together, mama, get it together.
They were about death and domination at all costs.
Olivia, but was that something you'd take personally? Apparently, never. While me and I were putting down the food, worried sick and slowly dying inside, Rambo turned to Peter. You know, one of my men kidnapped you in April. He's right over there. My gift to you. Rambo pointed to one of his sicarios and motioned for him to come over. The kidnapper started walking fast toward Peter, and I swear he couldn't have been more than 20. That well-dressed kid kidnapped my brother-in-law, I thought. Suddenly, Peter grabbed one of the guns off the table and pointed it at him. As the sicario froze, Mia gasped. Peter put his weapon down and began laughing. I'm just kidding, he said to his kidnapper. I know you were just doing your job. Then he took his hand and shook it. The kid gratefully hugged him, happy to still be breathing, while the entire room burst into laughter. I was shocked, but I stomached it. I don't know why someone would ever want to hug their kidnapper, but I realized it was in keeping with who Peter was. He could be upset one minute and totally forgiving the next.
I wonder how that would have changed things. It would have changed perception amongst the people around him because they hadn't seen him in a violent encounter up to that point. So if he'd have pulled the trigger, it would have changed their idea of him. They would have known he'll go there. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. They always seem to end up in the room with the feds that arrested their wives, end up in the room with this guy, end up in the room with... This is like the Forrest Gump of smuggling and trafficking stories. There's so many people involved in this.
I looked over at Mia, though, and she wasn't half as sympathetic. She had fire in her eyes. I thought to myself, seeing those 20 sicarios and their guns is horrifying to her. Worse than that, watching her husband hug his kidnapper is dredging up memories of the worst time in her life. I decided to do my best to console her. These guys are professional hitmen, Mia, I said as I pulled her into a hug. What he did to Peter wasn't personal. I know, she said, but we can't be living like this. I paused and held her tighter. I think about that every day.
Mia, Soon after Olivia and I walked out of the house and pulled ourselves together, we learned from our husbands what was happening. Apparently, Chapo had discovered from his surveillance that Pablo was back in his hometown near San Juan. Around Christmas time, there were these big carnivals called ferias that went on for weeks. Entire families, whole towns would go out to them and drink and listen to music all night. Chapo was positive that Pablo would be there. The ferias were all about pride and showing how much money you were worth. If you were Uncle Pablo, it was the kind of event you'd never dream of missing.
Olivia, still angry about Pablo skipping out on a meeting with him and eager to collect his debt, Chapo planned to send some sicarios to kidnap Pablo and his 2 sons right in front of everyone, right there at the ferias.
Eye for an eye.
Pablo was his enemy, and Chapo wanted to send him a clear message. Don't mess with the boss. The operation would be headed up by none other than Rambo. When Junior and Peter found out, they felt hurt and upset. Regardless of what Pablo had put them through, they never wished harm on anyone.
Come on, man.
His sons have nothing to do with it, they said. Rambo responded, I'm just following orders from Señor.
Period.
Less than 3 days later, the operation was complete. Chapo's men snatched Pablo and his sons at the ferias, holding them hostage and doing God knows what to them.
Mia.
I mean, they had a couple of cases against them already. You know what I mean? You snatched up that kid over there, put a debt on him, tape recorder on you. I know you lying. Call you in, like they call Lefty from Donnie Brasco. I call you in, you don't show up. When they call you in, Donnie, you go. Call you in, you don't show up. And now you snatched up the old man? But you want to go gallivanting through the carnival? I'm coming for you, bro. And everybody that's with you.
We didn't hear anything for more than 10 days after that. The phone went silent, and we thought for sure that our father-in-law and his baby were both dead. Then the kidnapper, El Comandante, called. When Peter answered the phone, it was clear that the old man wasn't giving him orders anymore. The kidnapper was practically a pussycat. I've heard so many great things about you, Mr. Flores, he said. And I'm sorry this all happened.
No, you sorry that the old man that you mouthpiecing for got snatched up. That's what you're sorry for.
Because of that, we only want $2 million now. Give that to me and I'll let your father and his son go. Peter was furious. Don't fuck with me. I'm not playing with you, so don't play with me. Bring my father and his son back now. He slammed down his phone so hard I thought he'd broken it. The kidnapper called right back. I'll take $1 million, he said. Peter looked at Junior, and together, they agreed. Even though Chapo gave them a direct order not to pay 1 penny, they had to do what was best for their family. After all, Chapo hadn't been thinking of them. He had his own agenda.
Absolutely.
Please drop the money in the black Ford Explorer at the McDonald's on 54th and Pulaski. Peter paused with his mouth wide open. In Chicago?
Right.
Yes. Then you are working for Pablo. No one else would ask for a drop-off in our city. Yes, the kidnapper said, ratting out Pablo without even a thought. Then things got weird when he continued.
But he has to know Pablo's duct tape.
But I'm actually a Mexican federal agent, and this is my side job. I'd much rather work for you and your brother. Peter hung up. He didn't even give him the dignity of an answer. In his mind, kidnappers are the lowest of the low, the toilet scrubbers and garbage men for the cartels. They're just thieves. Yep. And thieves would never work for them. People in this world will do anything for position, I thought. It's more than about money. It's about selfish power.
Olivia, the day after Peter and Junior had the ransom dropped in Chicago, their dad and his little boy came home. It had been a brutally long 3 weeks, and every horrible minute showed on my father-in-law's face. When Junior first saw him, he didn't look much different than Peter had after his kidnapping. His hair was long and unwashed, and he was covered in bruises.
Yeah, I'd expect them to not take care of the old man the same way they didn't take care of P. Now, they're that kind of animal. What are they, the babies? You know what I'm saying? I guess we're about to find out.
They never let me or the baby go hungry, he told us, and they never laid a finger on him. But that wasn't much relief. The little boy couldn't stop crying, and he'd been having nightmares. He would for a long, long time.
Mia. Peter and Junior never saw Pablo again. After Rambo kidnapped him and his sons, Pablo settled his debt to Chapo by signing over $10 million in properties. Rambo then released his sons, but under Chapo's order, he executed Pablo.
That's it.
The lesson was that no one disrespects the boss.
Chickens come home
Ever.
to roost. Ever. Chapter 15. Good episode. New information. Stuff that we didn't get in Surviving El Chapo. That's dope. That's why I wanted to do this series. That's why I wanted to get into this book. For those that are looking to purchase the book, there's a link in the description. You can purchase the book in any of its forms. Audiobook, paperback, hardcover, whatever. That was new information that he had 2 families, that he got kidnapped again by Lupe. And that was it. Lupe punched his card. Chapo had enough. Enough playing with the money. Enough playing with our time. You donezo. Pete had one of the guys that snatched him up right there, dead to rights, with a barrel to his dome. And he chose an abrazo. He chose a hug. Had a line, I guess, a line that they wouldn't cross. Because guess what? If Buddy was giving him the green light for that, he would have took it. I don't think they'd have judged him foul for it. Nah, they'd have gone back to Chapo and be like, Chapo, he blazed Shorty. Put him all the way down. Chapter 16, Cartel Wives.
The peak of their careers. Olivia. Junior and Peter's peak year was 2006. By early that winter, their business had started growing faster than they ever imagined, and they were Sinaloa's and the BLO's golden boys. One of the main reasons it happened was because they took advantage of opportunities and connections that no one else had. Chapo and El Mayo were sending Junior and Pete 400 kilos, minimum, every 5 days, which was unheard of. Most months they averaged selling 2,000 to 3,000 kilos, but one time they broke the record and sold 2 tons in 10 days. In Chicago, they'd sold 1,000 to 2,000 kilos a month. As for prices, they typically paid $15,000 a kilo.
Damn! Wow. Tons.
Each load, the cartels allowed them to buy 10% at cost as an incentive, which was $10,000 per kilo. This was just insane. The cartels could mark up anything they wanted to, but for Peter and Junior, they actually gave them a steep discount. Chapo and Mayo insisted on sending them 20 tons of weed, but my husband and brother-in-law didn't want to sell it because the weed was too bulky and smelled too much. Unfortunately, when Chapo's the boss, you just can't say no, so they had to do it. After everything was paid off, they started making $5 to $7 million a month on average. In Chicago, they'd been making half that, like $2 to $3 million after expenses. They could have made more money, but they were giving their wholesalers the cheapest prices because they wanted to help them grow. The wholesalers were not only a big asset, they were their friends, and not just guys they did business with, so Junior and Peter knew that if they made them happy, it was good business all around. Plus, wholesalers lost a lot through raids, seizures, and theft, so not having hefty price tags meant they could afford to take losses and still be able to make payments. El Mayo told Junior that one of his guys once complained about their prices. The man had said, "The Cuates, twins, are selling the kilos too cheap in Chicago. Please tell them to stop giving them away because they're messing up my money." Junior got nervous. He thought Mayo was going to start regulating his prices. Instead, Mayo laughed and brushed the guy off. "Whatever the Flores brothers want to make is their business," he said.
That right there, target from all the haters right there. But what the haters don't understand is, them boys bringing in more bread than you. And I'm giving it to them for what I want to give it to them for. And then from there, they do what they got to do. But puts a target on from the haters. So what does the haters do? Do the haters step their game up, try to match what the twins do and sell as much as the twins do? No, they get mad. They do some hater shit. They do some hater shit. They rat on them, or they extort them, or they come at them in some way, because that's just what haters do.
Junior joked. You tell him that the next time he wants to move work in our city, he needs to ask us for permission. People might as well have, because, believe me, the way Junior and Peter tackled different parts of their enterprise, business wasn't just good. It was great.
Mia, Peter excelled at running the US-based details. The numbers, the logistics, and the ins and outs of who needed what and when made his brain light up. I've never seen anyone roll calls like he did. One cell phone would ring, and he'd bark some orders about moving a shipment of cocaine from here to there. Then another would ring, and he'd hang up and work out some numbers on another call. There were no days off. He'd become more serious and withdrawn emotionally after his kidnapping, so focusing on straight business, nose to the grindstone, actually seemed to provide some relief for him. He felt like he'd been handed so much responsibility when they hooked up with the cartels that there was no room for error, and he became 100% pure perfectionist. He and Junior had taken too many losses and dealt with too much heartache and stress, so all they wanted to do was be great at what they did and never fuck anything up. They aimed to be the best traffickers ever, and in 2006, they were on their way to achieving that goal.
Olivia, while Peter was more on the logistics side, Junior excelled at the personal side. Peter used to call Junior a kiss-ass because of the way he handled their suppliers, customers, and associates. He'd take them out, entertain them, and make them feel really special, and sure, it seemed a little excessive sometimes, but they loved it. Junior's a real people person. He enjoyed talking about stuff outside of business, which made everybody warm up to him fast. He spent so much time beefing up their relationship and connections, but it wasn't to the exclusion of everything else. He also set up their infrastructure in Culiacan, Mexico City, Juarez, Guadalajara, Mexicali, and Toluca, which meant we were traveling nonstop. He had to get stash houses, warehouses, workers, and put together businesses that could serve as fronts. When these things were in place, he had to negotiate for a specific...
Them fools needed a lot more fronts. They needed them fronts back when they was in Chicago. They needed them fronts so that they could show off happily and not have the laser beam on them.
Contract with El Chapo, El Mayo, or Arturo Beltran for a specific amount of coke, usually the exclusion of everything else. He also set up their infrastructure in Culiacan, Mexico City, Juarez, Guadalajara, Mexicali, and Toluca, which meant we were traveling nonstop. He had to get stash houses, warehouses, workers, and put together businesses that could serve as fronts. When these things were in place, he had to negotiate for a specific contract with El Chapo, El Mayo, or Arturo Beltran for a specific amount of coke, usually 3 or 4 tons set at a fixed price. If the street value went up or down, there was no renegotiating. Even though they were still receiving shipments for the bosses, they also worked for themselves. In Chicago, their wholesale price for a kilo was $18,000, but they were getting it at $15,000. That's a $3,000 profit on each one. But in LA, their cost was $12,000. Realizing they could double their profits if they relocated their shipments to LA, they decided to start their own route. Junior set up an infrastructure there, with stash houses, stash cars, warehouses, and workers, while Peter set up the routes, trailers, and drivers.
Fortune 500 twins, bro. They were Fortune 500. They could have sold and transported anything.
When the contracts were settled with the cartels, Peter would negotiate prices with his wholesalers. Then it was time for things to move. Junior would fly to wherever the cartel's shipments had landed to make sure the cocaine was quality grade. Once everything checked out okay, Peter would coordinate with Junior and make sure all his drivers were in place with a deposit payment in hand. Junior would then pay the fleteros, independent contractors who move shipments of drugs to various locations, to pack up the commercial buses that held the stashes. Junior would call his contact person to clear all the military checkpoints so the buses could make it safely to the border. They paid $50,000 each month for this luxury. Before they actually drove into California,
the amount of moving parts that these dudes had to deal with is just crazy.
Junior would have their workers unload the buses in Mexicali. Then he'd pay cruceros, who are independent smugglers, to jump the work across the border using underground tunnels, cars with fast passes that allowed them to drive into Mexico without being checked, or however else they saw fit. Later, when they got access to La Puerca's tunnels, they eliminated the cruceros and began using their own people. When the shipments made it to LA and a deposit was paid, Junior's employees would load the drugs into SUVs with stash compartments and take them to various stash houses. There, different workers would clean the bricks of kilos, repackage them, and vacuum seal them. Then Junior's workers would take the kilos to a warehouse and wait for the drivers that Peter would send. Employees would load up the tractor trailers with kilos, and then Peter would send his drivers to Cincinnati, Columbus, D.C., Philly, New York, Detroit, and their main hub, Chicago. Peter was meticulous about keeping daily tabs on the drivers. The shipments had to get where they were expected. There could be anywhere from 2 to 4 semis on the road at a time, either with drugs or money, but they never carried more than 300 kilos each.
Olivia. Once the shipments arrived at their destination, the same cycle started again. Peter had his workers unload the bricks, take them to the stash houses, count them, and keep inventory on them. They would never keep more than 200 to 300 kilos or $5 to $7 million at a time in a single location, and they nicknamed every stash house, warehouse, courier, and wholesaler so that if the feds were listening, they'd have no idea what and who they were talking about. For example, if there was a 7-Eleven nearby, they'd call the stash house the 7-Eleven. Then, he'd serve his wholesalers, most of the time on the same day, and they'd dole out the bricks to their dealers.
Mia, the last part of the trafficking equation concerned money.
Let me say this too. Say what they want. Oh, this is the wives' book. Bullshit. This is co-written by the twins. Because I don't care how much pillow talk these ladies had, they didn't have all of these logistics the way they have it like this. That wasn't just part of their everyday lexicon that they knew all this information and they could just sit down. Nah, this was a co-written situation from prison between the twins and the wives. There's no way these ladies just had this information. This was fed to them by the guys that knew, and there was only 2 guys that really knew everything, and that was Jay and Pete, which I ain't mad at. I mean, it's what they're supposed to do, but this book has a lot to do. This is more than just Cartel Wives. They're telling the twins' story as well. You know, this is more than just them telling their story or their perspective.
Peter got the couriers in each city to collect cash from the wholesalers, and his tractor-trailer drivers would take it to their main hub in Chicago. Then his couriers would carry it to their stash houses. Peter would have them sort through the bills using money counters, bundle it up in certain denominations, package it, vacuum seal it, and transport it to the tractor-trailer drivers.
That's a lot.
His workers would be up all night counting, while his couriers were delivering drugs to his wholesalers, and he wouldn't sleep till they all got home. It wasn't just that he wanted to make sure everything was in order. He needed to be sure his guys were safe. They were counting millions of dollars, so it wouldn't take an hour. They'd be working till 4 a.m., so he and I wouldn't go to bed till 5 or 6. He was tired every day, but nothing came before his employees. They needed to know they were more valuable than any amount of money or drugs.
Olivia. With the money all loaded up, the semis would get back on the road and drive to L.A., where Junior's workers would hand the cash to the same person they picked up the work from. The cash would make its way across the border, then on a commercial bus to Mexico City or Culiacan, and once it was there, Junior would have his employees take inventory of the packaged money and make sure it was accounted for. Junior would deposit it immediately, because there was no such thing as consignment in Mexico, ever. All work at cost had to be paid up front. But if Junior negotiated a contract in LA or Chicago, they would have their workers unload the shipments at their warehouses, and then deposit the money in either city. The money always had to be paid in the city where they received the shipment. Moving money was actually worse than moving drugs, and taking care of it was a job in and of itself. Junior and Peter served the wholesalers, who served the drug dealers, all the way down the line until someone reached the little guys on the street corners who were collecting 1s and 5s from dope fiends. People imagine the cash involved in drug trafficking is like a scene in the movies, when one person hands another a suitcase full of clean...
Hell no. Dirty ass, snorted, snot and powder ass dollars. That's what you get.
Crispy $100 bills, all tied up and positioned in neat rows.
Nope.
It's not like that. You have a hell of a lot of small bills on your hands, and you've got to figure out what to do with them. Sometimes, these bills aren't just a headache, they're a real problem. Once, Junior went to see Chapo, and Olivares became furious with him about the small bills they'd given him. "You turned in $1.6 million in 1s and 5s?" he yelled. "That money filled up a whole fucking shipping container."
So what's up? You don't want it? You don't want it? I'll take it back with me. Don't worry about it. I'll find some place for it.
"You better come pick them up right now because I'm not accepting your bullshit money as payment.
Well,
If you don't get it fast, I'll burn it all." Junior was stunned. But
now you wildin'. Now you trying to burn it too. You trying to put me in debt to you. I just gave you 1.5, but you mad.
he didn't want to show it. Instead, he looked at Olivares and Chapo and leveled with them. "We have to pick up $6 to $7 million just to get $1 million in hundreds. We didn't have the time to change the rest into larger bills. My brother's depositing faster than the workers can run through the money and package it. Since you needed to transport the money quickly to Mexico, we had to do it this way." Chapo thought for a minute, then nodded his head. He understood that Junior was doing his best. "Let it go, Olivares," he said. "Let it go."
Logic. Somebody got to be logical, and that's one thing I'm learning about this whole Mexican cartel shit. There's not much logic. It's ridiculous shit like, "I burn it all." It's all by order, a la orden. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's not how the world works. He had a perfectly good explanation why he just gave you 1.5 in 1s and 5s. You know what I'm saying? You wanted it quick? You want it quick, or you want crispy hundreds? You got to make up your mind. You know what I mean? Or you want to burn it. Like, so they was very illogical. You know what I'm saying? They was very quick to burn it all down. What the fuck is wrong with these guys?
Olivares was beyond upset, but Chapo was the boss, and his order was going to stand.
Mia. While Peter took control of the ledgers and the accounting in meticulous detail, he and Junior took equal responsibility for hiring and training employees. As far as their people were concerned, they were one voice, and together they always stressed one thing. Their workers should act, not think. "Leave the thinking up to us," they'd say, knowing there was no room for error. Their employees were their eyes and their ears, and they maintained close relationships with every one of them. Peter and Junior always made sure they knew that they were not replaceable, and they would never choose money over them. Because of the respect Junior and Peter showed them, their workers would do anything for them, or us, at any given moment.
"Olivia, I remember one time when Junior's associate and close friend Paco picked us up from the airport in Culiacan. Even though we had new identities, airports were always nerve-wracking, especially that day. As soon as we stepped off the plane and walked past the gate, I could see the federal police. They were walking quickly toward us, looking right at Junior. My heart dropped. Oh, God, I thought. This is it. He's going to jail. They're going to drag him away. Instead, the police were there with Paco to escort us out of the airport safely. That day, I realized again how powerful Junior and Peter were. They didn't just have everyone, including the federal police, on their payroll, but these guys were prepared to do anything to protect them and us.
Mia. When we'd travel, Peter and Junior would take meetings during the day, and Olivia and I would go shopping or out to lunch, then meet them for dinner. Junior would entertain their clients while Peter would sit back, a little serious. Still, it was always clear they were on the same page about anything and everything. When we were out on the town, their associates just couldn't understand why Olivia and I were always there. They'd just stare at us like, "Do you always have to be with your husbands?" In Mexico, women don't go out with their spouses if there's business involved. They're home, taking care of the kids or cooking.
Olivia. Junior and I went to Culiacan all the time, and it was another world to me. The whole city was plugged, just completely cartel infested. We'd sit outside and eat at the taco stands, and hundreds of pickups would pass by with armed men hanging out of the truck beds in broad daylight. As I tried not to look too hard, a group of them would jump out and walk right past me to order, radios strapped to their waists and machine guns lying across their backs. Entire families, with little babies, would be eating tacos, and it wouldn't even faze them. It was so normal that they'd become numb to it. Then, you'd hear shots in the distance, and someone's radio would go off. A muffled voice would bark orders, and the men standing in line would turn around, march back to their pickups, load up, and burn rubber toward whoever was shooting.
Mia. Olivia and I never went into the mountains to see Chapo, though. That was strictly off limits to women, unless you were a stripper or a prostitute.
Mind you, when we spoke to Val, we asked Val, because Goth Beauty had asked if she had seen or if she had met Emma Coronel, which is Chapo's wife, and Val's answer was, in Mexico, the women are at the crib. They're not sitting around doing business. So they also said they weren't privy to the Chapos and the Mayos of the world.
But according to Junior and Peter, there were plenty of them there because Chapo loved to pay for girls and always had them around. If they were young, all the better. And sometimes he'd specifically ask for virgins. Every inch of Chapo's compound was spotlessly clean. Why? Because he always had a girl on standby.
Olivia, Peter and Junior weren't into that, though. After watching how their father acted and all the heartache their mother went through, they wanted to be different with us. They were devoted to me and Mia and didn't even think of cheating on us. They made that clear when they were in the mountains, too. Chapo had 20 satellite phones, and every time Junior would land at Chapo's compound, he'd call me on one to say he'd made it there safely. Then before he'd leave, he'd call me again to say he loved me. Chapo and El Mayo would laugh at him every time he grabbed one of the phones. Your wife is muy cabrona, one of them would say, meaning she must be the boss. Once, when Vicente was there with his dad, he laughed, adding, "You must be scared of her." Junior would just shake his head, smile, and joke. "I'm more scared of her than Chapo." Then everyone would burst out laughing. All that power, and he still chose to think I was in charge.
Yeah, and then Chapo just wrote it on his little list. This cabron said he's more afraid of his wife than me. Keep that there for if anything goes down, I could use that on him.
Mia, Chapo was the boss, but he was a real person, too. Peter said he had this unique, super sharp sense of humor and was always kidding around. But not in a goofy way. He'd just say little things, and you couldn't really tell if he was messing with you or not. He was really engaged, really perceptive, and was always making a very deliberate effort to
Yeah, that's that crazy psychopath murderer sarcasm. That's what that is.
Stay on his toes and keep you on your toes.
Facts.
He was taking B12 shots and flying in special vitamins from Europe every week. "I like to keep my mind strong and my body healthy," he'd say.
Olivia, that's probably one of the reasons he liked Junior and Peter so much. They kept him feeling young. Junior and Peter were just kids in their mid-20s. Chapo and El Mayo were 30 years older than them, and it was fun for them to have these young guys in their inner circle. Plus, as Americans, they were different, exotic almost, and Chapo just soaked that up. Chapo adored American food, and he once shut down a Burger King just so he could eat there. He loved talking about their business across the border because he knew how hard it was to work in the States. The challenge was exciting to him. It was a whole other world.
Mia, Junior and Peter being American wasn't just good for stories or thrills, though. They knew how to deal with their American workers in a way the Mexicans never would. Most of their wholesalers in Chicago were black, and people from Mexico didn't trust them. They'd never dream of giving them work because they don't have family in Mexico. And south of the border, the only thing that matters is where your roots are. Family is the cartel's insurance.
Leverage is the cartel's insurance. And if your family can be leveraged, then that's what they want from you. And again, we've had this conversation before. Yeah, the twins didn't just deal with a bunch of Latino gangs. Nah, they dealt mostly with black gangs. And that's a conversation that those paisas, that don't speak much English ain't able to have. The twins were able to have that conversation, which led them to a lot of bread.
If you don't pay up, they'll kill your wife and your kids. This psychological barrier existed on the other side, too. The black wholesalers and dealers didn't respect the paisas or their Mexican connections. They'd say, those paisas in sombreros don't speak a lick of English. There was no one to bridge that divide till Junior and Peter showed up. They built these new networks. Business boomed, and suddenly everyone was happy.
Olivia. Their meetings with the cartels became natural and easygoing because of it. The more they got to know Chapo and Mayo and the richer they made them, the more relaxed things became. They started to become family to them. When they'd get to the palapa, Mayo would stand up from his chair, motion for them to sit down, and say, "No, Pedro, Junior, take my seat." He'd always state both of their names, one right after the other, because
all the haters hated that. I'm sure they did. Hated it. It take little things for a hater, man. Little tiny things, man. You come up on anything they weren't able to come up on, it just broods in them, you know what I'm saying? In their weak being, in their,
because he couldn't tell them apart. El Mayo started taking care of Junior and Peter because he loved how humble and appreciative they were. In Mexico, giving gifts to say thank you is expected, but Peter and Junior were the best at it. They'd gifted Mayo's sons with $150,000 Rolex masterpieces and $150,000 choppers. And even though Mayo had never let his kids ride motorcycles because his grandson had tragically died on one, he still expressed his gratitude. Chapo adored Junior and Peter and looked at them like sons. He even pushed them to be good influences on his youngest kid, who was sort of immature. Today, Alfredillo's famous for posting Instagram photos of stacks of cash, his Lamborghini, hot girls in bikinis on yachts, and his pet cheetah.
Money phone guy? He's a money phone guy? Pendejo.
Back in 2005, there was no Instagram, and Alfredillo was just known as a rich narco junior. He lived in Guadalajara near us, and sometimes we'd see him driving his white Lamborghini way too fast past our house. Chapo got on him for this, and he wanted him to hang out with Junior and Peter. "You're good for my son," he said to my husband and brother-in-law. Sure enough, Alfredillo started coming by our house after that.
Mia. Chapo and Mayo used to make jokes about how big Junior and Peter were. Chapo would laugh and say, "You can feed all the pigs in the world with the scraps you leave behind." Basically, that means that you're making so much money that you can afford to drop some for the pigs that are sniffing around under you. To them, Junior and Pete were these wonder twins, capable of almost anything.
Olivia, things were so relaxed that sometimes the jokes were aimed at Chapo. It was hot in the mountains during the day, so a lot of the time Peter and Junior wore shorts when they flew there. For Americans, this was normal. When it's hot, you're sure as hell not wearing jeans. But in Mexico, shorts are for women, and if a man wears them, people think he's feminine. Even though Chapo understood American culture, it wouldn't stop him from poking fun at them when they'd visit.
Sopranos, a Don doesn't wear shorts.
"I know you have the money to buy the other half of your pants," he'd say. Junior and Peter loved kidding around. So one day before flying out, they found out Chapo's size, bought a pair of shorts for him, wrapped them up nicely with a box of Viagra, and presented them to him as a gift.
Wow.
It became the biggest joke out there in the mountains.
Okay. Estos cabrones Gave me Viagra box and shorts. Put that on the list in case anything happens.
Mia. At home, we never joked about business or Chapo, much less talked about it. In fact, we hardly discussed all the money that was coming in. By 2006, cash was something that was just there, free for the taking and spending. In fact, I felt jaded, almost unfazed, like a banker who walks into the vault a few times a week and sees millions of dollars in front of him. I never stopped and said in shock, "Oh my gosh, we have so much money!" I just knew we had millions and could spend as much of it as we wanted. In fact, a few steps away from our bedroom was a room where Junior and Peter stored their cash. Probably $2 or $3 million was piled up, all tied in little bundles, and if I needed some, I'd just walk in and grab a few stacks. I got new pieces of jewelry all the time.
So you just walk in, grab a few stacks, get new pieces of jewelry. Imagine if Amazon existed back then, boy. Delivery man would have just been posted up in front of their house all day long.
We bought a new car every couple of weeks, and Peter would give away the old car to one of his low-level workers or one of our cleaning ladies. They probably couldn't afford the gas, but here they were, with a brand new car in their garage.
Olivia, a $10 million loss from a raid, theft, or seizure used to be a huge deal. But that year, big losses were just part of the game. Sometimes they wouldn't even tell us about them, and they never made Junior have a bad day.
Breakage, big breakage, but them boys had that bread to call it breakage.
You hear of husbands coming home from work, stressed out after terrible days and taking it out on their wives or ignoring their kids, but not Junior. He was always so positive. Once, all of us were out at this really nice Italian restaurant, and Junior's phone rang. In the middle of the conversation, I heard him say, $10 million gone? Okay, we'll just have to make it up this week. I flipped out. Make it up this week? You lost $10 million? Don't stress, Liv, he said. It's just part of business.
Mia. Peter wasn't the type of guy to get really happy about making money. He never said, "Hey, baby, I made $1 million today. Let's go out to eat."
Steak.
Both of us came from nothing, and millions of dollars hadn't made our lives better. Sure, it made things easy and nice, but better? Not really. If anything, things were just more complicated.
Olivia, honestly, I always felt that money was the root of all evil. I'd see people all of a sudden with wads of cash, and it had turned them into monsters. Junior would always say to me, "No, you don't understand. They didn't become assholes overnight. They were always like that. They just didn't have the means to show it." I couldn't wrap my brain around how that could happen. When I was a teenager, I thought earning money would make me truly happy, really complete me. But pretty fast, I figured out there's more to life than that. Life's about family and love, and putting good into the world. Since then, there have been times I've had millions of dollars and times I couldn't pay my bills, and my heart's been the same through all of it. Same with Junior. Money never changed him. He was different from all the rest. He would have been the same good person if he'd worked from 9 to 5 every day. Throughout 2006, it would be something I'd have to remember, because while life couldn't have been better at home, the Mexican drug trade was about to reach a boiling point, with all of us caught in the crosshairs.
You know, I wanted to hear that. I wanted to hear the numbers. I wanted to hear some logistics. I wanted to hear how it went down, what was going down. I knew it was coming, and there it was. They got into the relationship with Chapo and Mayo and how that built, and their joking, you know, the little joking situation they have with Chapo, like they're relaxed. How everybody else is looking at them because they're them dudes, but they're them dudes to the point where Chapo want his kid hanging out with them. And I'm sure that's breeding a whole lot of resentment between all of the other guys on the block, all of the other guys doing their thing, you know what I'm saying? So we're going to see where that leads to, because now it's easy. Now, if there's a fracture in the system between the cartel, all those guys is like, all right, we get to eat these dudes if we want to. They're caught in the middle now.